The sun has begun its slow descent behind the distant hills. It is the year 120 AD. The world is quiet. The empire is vast, and here, on the edge of a provincial town, there is no war. There is no great battle to be fought today. There are no speeches to be made. There is only the coming of the evening just as it came yesterday, and just as it will come tomorrow. If you are listening to this, you do not need to focus. There is nothing here that requires your attention. The history of the ordinary is a history of repetition. It is a history of silence. You can let the words drift by like leaves floating on a slow-moving river. If you miss a sentence or a paragraph or the entire story, it does not matter. The scene will remain the same. The piece will remain. You are safe to close your eyes. You are safe to drift away. The sky is a pale, washed-out blue, slowly turning to a soft gray at the edges. The clouds are thin and motionless, hanging suspended in the air like wisps of unspun wool. Below this quiet sky lies a settlement. It is a vicus, a small civilian village that has grown naturally, almost lazily, outside the stone walls of a Roman military camp. The camp is not a place of alarm today. It is simply a place of work. And now the work is ending. A man walks along a dirt path. His name is Quintus. He is a soldier, a legionary, but he is not marching. He is not running. He is simply walking, one foot in front of the other, moving away from the heavy wooden gates of the fort and toward the small cluster of houses where the smoke from evening fires is just beginning to rise. His pace is slow. There is no hurry. The dust on the road is fine and dry. It covers his sandals, the caligae. These are heavy boots made of thick leather with iron hobnails hammered into the soles. Every time he takes a step, there is a distinct rhythmic sound. Crunch, step, crunch, step. It is a dull, heavy sound that is absorbed by the earth. Focus on his feet. The leather straps wind around his ankles and up his shins. The leather is old, darkened by oil and sweat and years of use. It is soft in places and stiff in others. He can feel the texture of the ground through the soles, but the feeling is distant, muffled. He steps over a small stone. He steps on a patch of dry grass. The grass bends and does not break. He is wearing a tunic of red wool. It is not a bright, vibrant red. It is a faded, earthy red, the color of clay that has baked in the sun. The wool is coarse. If you were to touch it, it would feel rough against your fingertips. It smells of the outdoors, of dry wind and stored grain. Over the tunic, he wears his armor, but he has loosened it for the walk home. The metal plates of his larica shift slightly with his movement, making a soft clinking sound. Clink, shift, clink. It is not a loud noise. It is the background noise of his life, a sound he no longer truly hears. The air is cooling down. The heat of the day is lifting from the ground. You can imagine the temperature dropping degree by degree, very slowly. It is that perfect moment between the heat of the afternoon and the chill of the night. It is a comfortable temperature. It settles on the skin like a light blanket. Quintus looks to his left. He sees a wall made of timber and mud. It is the side of a workshop. The wood is gray and weathered, marked by the rain and the sun. There is a small window covered by a wooden shutter. The shutter is closed. There is nothing to see inside. He keeps walking. He is heading home. In this time under Roman law, a soldier like Quintus cannot legally marry. The law is strict, written on scrolls in Rome thousands of miles away. But here in the dust of the province, life is different. Life is simpler. He has a home. He has a woman he considers his wife, though the law calls her a local. They live together. They share the mundane, quiet hours of the evening. It is a marriage in every way except the paper. And tonight, like every night, he is returning to that shared silence. The path curves gently. To the right there is a small garden patch. The earth has been turned over. Rows of cabbages grow there. They are green and purple, heavy with leaves. They sit silently in the soil. No one is tending to them right now. They just exist, absorbing the last gray light of the day. A small insect buzzes near one of the leaves, hovering for a moment, then flies away into the shadows. The silence returns. Quintus reaches the door of his dwelling. It is a modest house, typical of the vicus. The walls are wattle and daub, woven wooden strips covered in a mixture of mud, clay, and straw, then whitewashed with lime. The white paint has peeled in places, revealing the brown earth beneath. It gives the house a textured, lived-in look. The roof is thatched with dried reeds, bundled tightly together to keep out the rain. The reeds are brown and gray, blending in with the twilight. He stops in front of the door. It is made of oak planks held together by iron nails. The wood is dark, almost black with age. He reaches out his hand. His hand is rough, the hand of a man who works with tools. He places his palm against the wood. It feels cool. He pushes. The door opens with a long, low creak. Kriyak. He steps inside. The interior is dim. The light from the outside struggles to enter. It takes a moment for his eyes to adjust. The air inside is different. It is still. It smells of wood smoke, old timber, and the faint, sweet scent of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. It is a smell of safety. It is a smell of closure. The day is done. He closes the door behind him. The latch clicks into place. The sound of the outside world, the distant wind, the far-off bark of a dog, the crunch of footsteps, is instantly muffled. Now there is only the room. In the center of the room there is a small hearth. A fire is burning there, but it is not a roaring blaze. It is a bed of glowing orange embers, pulsing with a low, steady heat. Occasionally, a small flame licks up, blue and yellow, dancing for a second before disappearing back into the coals. A ceramic pot sits on a tripod over the embers. A wisp of steam rises from the pot, curling straight up into the darkness of the roof. A woman is sitting on a low wooden stool near the fire. Her name is Helena. She is wearing a tunic of undyed wool, a creamy, off-white color that glows softly in the firelight. Her hair is tied back simply, keeping it out of her face. She is looking at a piece of cloth in her hands. She is mending a tear. She holds a needle made of bone. It is smooth and polished. She pushes the needle through the fabric. In, she pulls the thread through. Out. The sound is barely audible, a soft swish of thread against wool. She does not look up immediately when the door opens. She knows the sound of his step. She knows the rhythm of his arrival. It is a routine they have performed 1,000 times. Quintus stands by the door for a moment, simply breathing. He begins to unbuckle his armor. This is a slow process. It cannot be rushed. First, he reaches for the belt, the cingulum. It is heavy, studded with metal plates that hang down in front. He undoes the buckle. The leather creates a soft friction sound as it slides through the metal loop. He holds the weight of the belt in his hands. It is heavy, dense. He walks over to a wooden chest against the wall and places the belt on top of it. He sets it down carefully. He does not throw it. He arranges it so the metal strips lay flat. He smooths the leather with his thumb. Next, the shoulder armor. He reaches up to the hooks on his chest. His fingers find the metal latches. He twists them. One latch, two latches. The metal plates loosen. He feels the weight lift slightly from his shoulders. He breathes out, a long, slow exhalation. He moves with the lethargy of a man who has nowhere else to be. There is no urgency to remove the armor, but there is a satisfaction in it. He takes off the left side, then the right. He stacks the pieces on the chest. The metal is cool to the touch now. It reflects the orange glow of the embers in the hearth. Helena looks up. Her expression is calm. There is no dramatic greeting. She does not run to him. She simply nods, a small, almost imperceptible dipping of her chin. "The wind is cold tonight," she says softly. Her voice is low, blending with the quiet of the room. It is a statement of fact, not a complaint. "It is," Quintus replies. His voice is deep, tired, and flat. "But the fire is good." He walks to the hearth. He pulls up another stool, one made of 3 sturdy legs and a flat, polished seat. He sits down. The wood groans slightly under his weight, then settles. He leans forward, extending his hands toward the embers. The warmth hits his palms. It travels up his wrists into his arms. It is a gentle, prickling heat. He watches his own hands. He sees the dirt under his fingernails. He sees a small scratch on his thumb. He rubs his thumb against his palm, feeling the texture of his own skin. Helena returns to her sewing. In, out, swish. The room is filled with shadows. The only light comes from the embers and a single oil lamp sitting on a niche in the wall. The lamp is small, made of terracotta clay. It is shaped like a teardrop. A small flame burns at the tip, fed by olive oil. The flame is steady, yellow at the top and blue at the base. It casts long, stretching shadows across the floor. The shadows do not move much. They are anchored by the stillness of the objects in the room. There is a wooden table in the corner. On it there is a clay pitcher and 2 cups. The pitcher is rough to the touch, unglazed. It holds water. Next to it is a bowl of apples. The apples are small and green, slightly wrinkled. They were picked days ago. They sit in the bowl, motionless. Quintus stares at the fire. He is not thinking about the empire. He is not thinking about the emperor in Rome. He is not thinking about the barbarians beyond the frontier. He is thinking about the warmth on his hands. He is watching a small piece of wood in the fire turn from black to gray as it turns to ash. He watches a flake of ash float up on the heat current, drift sideways, and land in the dust near the hearth. He leans back. He stretches his legs out. The heavy hobnailed boots are still on his feet. He knows he should take them off, but for a moment he lacks the energy. He just lets his legs rest. The leather of the boots is stiff. He wiggles his toes inside. He can feel the wool of his socks against his skin. "Is the porridge ready?" he asks after a long silence. Helena stops sewing. She looks at the pot. She reaches for a wooden spoon that is resting on a stone next to the fire. She lifts the lid of the pot. A cloud of steam escapes, white and thick. It smells of grain, spelt, or barley, and a hint of salt. It is a plain smell. It is the smell of sustenance. "Almost," she says. She stirs the pot slowly. The spoon scrapes against the bottom of the ceramic vessel. Scrape, swirl, scrape. The porridge is thick. It makes a bubbling sound. Bloop, bloop. She puts the lid back on. She places the spoon back on the stone. She picks up her needle again. Quintus watches her. He watches the way the light catches the side of her face. He watches the way her fingers move, precise and practiced. She does not look at him. She is focused on the thread. This is their life. It is not exciting. It is not forbidden in their eyes, only in the eyes of the law, and the law is far away. Here in this room, there is only the domestic reality. He decides to take off his boots. He bends down. It is a bit of an effort. He grunts softly. He reaches for the laces of his left sandal. The leather thong is knotted. He picks at the knot with his fingers. It takes time. He pulls one loop. It loosens. He pulls the end. The lace comes free. He unwinds the strap from around his ankle. Loop by loop. The leather falls away, leaving pale marks on his skin where it had been wrapped tight all day. He grabs the heel of the boot and pulls. It slides off. His foot is free. He places the boot on the floor. He repeats the process with the right foot. Pick the knot. Unwind the lace. Pull the heel. Place the boot. Now he is in his woolen socks. He flexes his feet. The floor is made of packed earth, hard and cool. He can feel the unevenness of the ground through his socks. He stands up and walks to the table. He picks up the pitcher. The clay is cold. He pours water into a cup. The sound of the water pouring is the loudest thing in the room. Splash, gurgle. He fills it halfway. He lifts the cup to his lips. The water is cool, tasting slightly of the earth from the well it was drawn from. He drinks slowly, swallowing with a soft sound. He puts the cup down. He walks back to the stool and sits. The room is getting darker as the evening deepens outside. The light from the window is gone, replaced by the solid black of night. The oil lamp seems brighter now, though its flame has not changed. The corners of the room are lost in shadow. There is a sense of heavy, comfortable boredom. Nothing is happening. Nothing is about to happen. The world has shrunk down to this four-walled room, the fire, the woman sewing, and the tired soldier. Helena sets her sewing down in a basket woven from willow branches. The basket sits by her feet. She stands up. Her movement is fluid. She smooths the front of her tunic. "It is ready," she says. She takes 2 wooden bowls from a shelf. She brings them to the hearth. She uses a thick cloth to hold the handle of the pot. She ladles the porridge into the bowls. It is grayish-brown, lumpy and hot. She adds a small drizzle of olive oil from a jar to each bowl. The oil sits on top of the porridge, glistening golden in the firelight. She hands a bowl to Quintus. He takes it with both hands. The wood of the bowl is warm. He holds it close to his chest, letting the heat seep into him. She takes her own bowl and sits back down. They eat in silence. There is no need for conversation. They have said all there is to say about the weather. They eat with wooden spoons. Quintus lifts a spoonful. He blows on it gently. The steam disperses. He puts it in his mouth. It is soft, warm, and filling. It tastes of grain and oil. It requires very little chewing. It is food for a tired man. He eats 1 spoonful, then another. He pauses to look at the fire. He eats another. The rhythm of the meal is slow. Outside, the wind picks up slightly. It brushes against the thatch roof with a whispering sound. Hush. It rattles the wooden shutter just a tiny bit. Tap. Then it is gone. Quintus scrapes the bottom of his bowl. He has finished. He feels heavy now, the weight of the food settling in his stomach, combining with the warmth of the fire to create a powerful drowsiness. His eyelids feel thick. He blinks slowly. He places the empty bowl on the floor beside him. He leans his elbows on his knees and rests his chin in his hands. He watches the embers again. They are fading just a little. The bright orange is turning to a deep, dull red. A layer of gray ash is forming over them, like a blanket pulling itself up. "Did you repair the strap?" Helena asks. Her voice is a soft intrusion into his daze. "Not yet," Quintus murmurs. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," she agrees. She finishes her food. She stacks her bowl inside his. She stands up and moves them to the table. She will clean them later or perhaps in the morning. For now, the effort seems too great. The night is for resting. She returns to her stool, but she does not pick up the sewing. She simply sits, her hands resting in her lap. She stares into the fire too. They are 2 statues in the flickering light, sharing the same warmth, sharing the same silence. The oil in the lamp is burning low. The flame flickers once, twice. The shadows on the wall jump, then settle back down. The smell of the burnt oil mixes with the smoke. It is a heavy, soporific scent. Quintus lets out a long sigh. It is the sigh of the day leaving the body. His shoulders drop another inch. He is safe here. He is unseen here. The mighty Roman Empire is just a concept, a distant idea. Here, there is only the floor, the roof, and the fire. He listens to the silence. If you listen closely, silence is not empty. It has a texture. It has a hum. It is the sound of the blood rushing in your own ears. It is the sound of the wood settling. It is the sound of the world sleeping. He closes his eyes for a moment, just for a moment. The darkness behind his eyelids is warm and comforting. He sees the afterimage of the fire, a fading red dot in the blackness. He opens his eyes again. The room is the same. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change for a long time. He looks at his hands again. They are resting on his knees. They look like objects that belong to someone else. He is so relaxed that he feels disconnected from his own limbs. This is the state of rest. This is the state of existing without doing. The night is fully here now. The vicus outside is asleep. There are no more footsteps on the road. There are no voices. Even the dogs have stopped barking. The world has wrapped itself in a cloak of darkness and quiet. And in this small house under the thatched roof, the soldier and the woman sit, living their unauthorized, ordinary, boring life. Together. The fire pops. A tiny spark lands on the hearthstone and goes out instantly. Quintus shifts his weight. The stool creaks. He is getting ready to move to prepare for sleep, but not yet. For now, he just sits. He waits. He breathes. The air is still. The light is dim. The time passes without measurement. The room is quieter now than it was before. The silence has deepened. It has settled into the corners of the room like fine dust. The fire in the hearth has burned down even further. What was once a bed of pulsing orange coals is now a landscape of gray and white ash. Underneath the ash there is still a faint heat, a dull, sleeping red glow that will last until the morning. But the light it gives is weak. It no longer illuminates the far walls. It barely lights the floor around the hearth. If you are listening, let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. You are in a safe place. You are in a time long past, in a house that is sturdy and closed against the night. There is no need to think about what comes next. In this story, very little comes next, only rest. Quintus sits on his stool for a moment longer. He is staring at the transition of the fire, watching a single ember turn from red to black. It takes a long time. He does not rush it. He breathes in the warm, dry air. His body feels heavy, anchored to the earth by the weight of the day's labor and the simple meal he has eaten. Finally, he decides it is time. He places his hands on his knees. He pushes down. He stands up slowly. Creak. The stool makes a small sound as his weight leaves it. His knees are stiff. He straightens his back, feeling the vertebrae align one by one. He stretches his arms, not high, just a little, rolling his shoulders to release the tension of wearing armor. He looks at Helena. She is already moving. She has picked up the willow basket with her sewing. She walks softly across the packed earth floor to the wooden chest. She places the basket on top of the chest. Her movements are efficient and silent. She knows exactly where everything goes in the dark. Quintus turns toward the wall niche where the oil lamp is burning. It is the last bright light in the room. The flame is small, a teardrop of yellow fire floating on a pool of olive oil. It casts a flickering shadow of Quintus against the wattle and daub wall. The shadow is large and distorted, moving as he moves. He approaches the lamp. He looks at the flame. It is a tiny, living thing consuming the oil to push back the darkness. He watches it dance for a second. Then he leans in. He does not blow it out. He cups his hand behind the flame to shield the wall, and with a quick, practiced pinch of his thumb and forefinger, calloused and heat-resistant, he snuffs the flame. PHHD. The light vanishes instantly. For a moment, the room seems pitch black. His eyes have not yet adjusted to the sudden absence of the lamp. A thin wisp of gray smoke rises from the extinguished wick. You can imagine the smell. It is the acrid, distinctive scent of burnt olive oil and charred linen wick. It hangs in the air for a moment, sharp and pungent, before dissipating into the larger space of the room. Now the only light comes from the dying embers of the hearth. It is a ghostly, faint, reddish glow that stays low to the ground. It does not help him see. He must rely on memory and habit. He turns slowly in the darkness. He knows the layout of this room as well as he knows the back of his hand. 3 steps forward, turn left, 2 steps. He is walking toward the door. It is a ritual. Every night before sleep, he checks the door. He reaches out into the dark. His fingers find the rough wood of the door frame. He slides his hand across the planks until he feels the iron bolt. It is a heavy bar of metal, cool to the touch. He pushes on it gently. It is firm. It is locked. The door is secured against the wind, against the stray dogs, against the night. He stands there for a beat, his hand resting on the cool iron. He listens. Outside, the wind has died down. The vicus is silent. There is no sound of wheels, no sound of voices. The world outside has paused. He withdraws his hand. He is satisfied. He turns back toward the interior of the room. Helena is by the hearth. She is banking the fire. She uses a small iron shovel to pile ash over the remaining coals. This will keep them smoldering slowly through the night so that in the morning they can be uncovered and blown back into life. The sound of the shovel against the stone hearth is a soft, scraping noise. Scrape, pile, scrape, pile. It is a rhythmic, monotonous sound. It signifies the end of the day. Quintus walks to the sleeping area. In this simple house, there is no separate bedroom. There is a partitioned corner, separated from the main living space by a heavy woolen curtain hanging from a wooden rod. He pushes the curtain aside. The rings slide on the rod with a dull clack-clack. Behind the curtain is the bed. It is not a luxurious bed. It is a functional piece of furniture. A sturdy wooden frame raised off the ground to avoid the cold and the damp. The frame is strung with a lattice of ropes pulled tight. On top of the rope sits a mattress. It is a large sack made of coarse linen, stuffed with straw and dried heather. The mattress is lumpy and uneven. It smells of dried grass and fields. It creates a soft, rustling sound whenever it is touched. Quintus stands by the side of the bed. He begins to undress. He moves slowly. There is no one watching. There is no need for modesty or speed. He unties the belt of his tunic. He pulls the red wool fabric up over his head. The wool brushes against his face, scratching slightly. He pulls his arms out. He is now standing in his linen undertunic, a lighter, softer garment that he sleeps in. He folds the red tunic. He does not throw it on the floor. He matches the seams. He folds it in half, then in half again. He places it on a low bench at the foot of the bed. He places it carefully, smoothing out the fabric with his palm. Swish. He sits on the edge of the bed. The ropes creak under his weight. The straw in the mattress crunches softly. Crunch. Rustle. The bed dips. It is a familiar feeling. It is the feeling of the day ending. He leans forward and rubs his face with his hands. The skin of his face feels tired. His eyes feel heavy, as if small weights have been placed on his eyelids. He runs his fingers through his short-cut hair. He takes a deep breath, inhaling the scent of the straw mattress and the faint, lingering smoke. Helena enters the space behind the curtain. She moves like a shadow. She has finished with the fire. The room beyond is now almost completely dark. She, too, is wearing a simple linen shift. She moves to the other side of the bed. She pulls back the cover. The cover is a heavy blanket woven from thick gray wool. It is dense and warm. It is heavy enough to trap the body heat, creating a cocoon against the chill of the Roman night. She pulls it back slowly, revealing the linen sheet underneath. Quintus lifts his legs and swings them onto the bed. He lies back. This moment, the moment the back touches the mattress, is the most important moment of the day. His spine, which has held him upright through hours of walking, standing, and working, finally relaxes. The muscles in his lower back release. The tension in his neck dissolves. He sinks into the straw. The mattress conforms to his shape. It is not soft like a cloud. It is firm and yielding in a distinct, textured way. He can feel the individual stalks of straw through the linen, but it is not uncomfortable. It is grounding. He pulls the heavy wool blanket up. He pulls it up to his chest, then up to his chin. The wool is scratchy, but the linen sheet protects his skin. The weight of the blanket is comforting. It presses him down into the bed. It tells his body to stay still. Helena lies down beside him. The mattress shifts as she settles. The straw rustles again. Rustle, crunch, settle, then stillness. They lie on their backs, staring up into the darkness. The ceiling is invisible. The thatched roof is just a black void above them. There is no light entering the partitioned space. It is a pure, restful darkness. It is a darkness that rests the eyes. Quintus listens to his own breathing. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. It is slow and steady. He listens to Helena's breathing. It is lighter, softer, but falls into the same rhythm. They are breathing in unison with the house. Outside, a dog barks, just once. It is a distant, muffled sound, miles away perhaps. It does not disturb the silence, it only highlights it. Then, silence returns, rushing back in to fill the space left by the sound. Quintus feels a twitch in his leg, a small muscle spasm from the day's walking. He ignores it. It fades away. He wiggles his toes under the heavy blanket. They are warm now. The heat from his body is beginning to warm the space under the wool. It is a small, private pocket of warmth in a cold world. Thoughts drift through his mind, but they are fragmented and slow. He thinks of the boots he took off. He thinks of the cabbages in the garden. He thinks of the gray sky. The thoughts are not important. They are like clouds passing over a moonless landscape. They appear and then they disappear, leaving no trace. "Good night," Helena whispers. Her voice is barely a breath. It does not break the silence, it is part of it. "Good night," Quintus replies. His voice is a rumble in his chest, low and vibrationless. He closes his eyes. Even though it is dark, closing his eyes makes a difference. It shuts out the expectation of seeing. It signals to the brain that the visual world is gone. There is only the internal world now, the world of drift. The house creaks. It is the wood cooling down, contracting in the night air. Tick. A single sound from the roof beams, then nothing. Quintus focuses on the feeling of his head on the pillow. The pillow is small, also stuffed with straw but packed tighter. It supports his neck. He turns his head slightly to the left. The straw crunches near his ear. It is a loud sound because it is so close, like the sound of walking on dry leaves. He finds a comfortable spot. He stops moving. He lies absolutely still. Imagine his body, the feet heavy and relaxed, the calves sinking into the mattress, the knees unlocked, the thighs heavy, the hips settled, the hands resting gently on his stomach, rising and falling with each slow breath, the chest expanding and contracting, the shoulders dropped, the neck loose, the face smooth. There is no tension in his jaw. His tongue rests loosely in his mouth. His forehead is smooth. He is a Roman soldier, a part of the greatest machine of war the world has ever known. But right now, he is just a man in a bed in the dark in a quiet room. He is not a conqueror. He is a sleeper. The minutes pass, or perhaps they are hours. Time is difficult to measure in the dark. There is no hourglass here. There is no water clock. There is only the rhythm of the heart and the rhythm of the breath. The air in the room is cooling. You can feel the temperature dropping slightly, making the warmth under the wool blanket even more precious. The contrast between the cool air on his face and the warmth of his body is pleasant. It induces a deep, hibernation-like state. Quintus is drifting. He is hovering on that blurred edge between being awake and being asleep. The sounds of the world are fading away. The memory of the day is fading away. The Roman Empire is fading away. There is only the dark. There is only the quiet. There is only the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of the chest. If you are listening, you can follow him. You can let the darkness of his room become the darkness of your room. You can let the silence of the Roman night become the silence of your night. You can feel the weight of the wool blanket. You can feel the support of the mattress. There is nothing left to do. The door is locked. The fire is banked. The lamp is out. The work is done. Quintus takes a deeper breath. He lets it out with a long, almost soundless sigh. His mind is blank. He is floating on a dark river, moving slowly downstream, deeper and deeper into the night. The silence stretches out. It is a vast, empty plain of silence. Tick, the roof beam settles again. And then quiet. The breathing in the room has found a rhythm. It is a slow, steady cadence like the lapping of water against a lake shore on a windless day. Quintus is asleep. Helena is asleep. The transition from the waking world to the sleeping world is complete. There is no more thought, no more conversation, no more movement. If you are listening, you can let go of the need to follow a story. There is no story here. There is only a state of being. We are simply observing the passage of time in a place where time moves very slowly. You are free to let these words become a background hum, a drone of white noise that carries you deeper into your own rest. The house is a container for silence. The wattle and daub walls, thick with dried mud and straw, act as insulation. They hold the silence inside, protecting it from the vast, open night outside. Inside the room, the air is still. It does not circulate. It hangs heavy and motionless, layered with the faint, lingering sense of the evening. The wood smoke from the banked fire, the oil from the extinguished lamp, the smell of the wool blankets. Let us focus on the hearth. The fire is buried. Underneath the mound of gray ash, the embers are still alive, but they are sleeping. They glow with a deep, dark red, a color that is almost black. They are not consuming wood anymore. They are simply holding onto the heat. Heat is energy, and here the energy is being conserved. A single flake of ash shifts. It slides down the side of the small mound. It makes no sound that a human ear could hear. It settles into the dust at the base of the stone ring. That is the only movement in the room for a long time. The temperature is dropping. Outside, the sky has cleared completely. The clouds that hovered at sunset have dissolved, leaving a vast dome of stars. The stars are cold and distant. They look down on the Roman Empire, indifferent to its borders and its laws. The heat of the day is radiating off the earth, rising up into the atmosphere, leaving the ground cool. This cooling process penetrates the house. The oak planks of the door contract infinitesimally. The thatch of the roof tightens. The stones of the floor lose their daytime warmth. But under the heavy wool covers, Quintus and Helena are warm. They are creating their own microclimate. The heat of their bodies is trapped by the density of the wool. It creates a pocket of air that is stable and comforting. Quintus shifts in his sleep. He does not wake. It is a subconscious adjustment. His body knows that it has been lying on one side for too long. Slowly, heavily, he rolls onto his back. The straw mattress crunches, a dry, rustling sound that is muffled by the bedding. Crinkle, shift, hush. His arm flops out, resting on top of the blanket. His hand is open, fingers slightly curled. The calluses on his palm are softened by sleep. He lets out a long breath. It is a sigh of absolute release. The muscles in his face are completely slack. The furrow in his brow, usually there from squinting into the sun or focusing on drill, is smoothed out. He looks younger in his sleep. He looks like a boy, not a soldier of the legion. Now let us drift outside. Let us float through the wooden wall, through the thatch, and out into the night air. The air outside is crisp. It smells of damp earth and cooling stone. We are in the vicus, the civilian settlement. It is a collection of shadows. The houses are dark shapes against a dark sky. There are no streetlights here. There are no torches burning in the village. The darkness is total, broken only by the starlight. To the north, a few hundred yards away, lies the Roman fort, the castra. It is a massive square of order imposed on the landscape. The walls are high, made of stone and turf. In the daylight, it is a bustling machine of military efficiency. But now, at night, it is a sleeping giant. But the fort never truly sleeps. It breathes. On the ramparts, the walkways that run along the top of the walls, there are figures standing. These are the sentries, the night watch. Focus on one sentry. He is standing near the north gate. He is wrapped in a heavy cloak, a sagum made of thick, greasy wool that repels water. The cloak is pulled tight around his shoulders. He holds a spear, the pilum, leaning it against the wooden parapet. He is not fighting. He is not spotting enemies. He is simply waiting. His job is to be present. He stares out into the darkness beyond the wall. There is nothing there, just fields, scrubland, and the distant line of the forest. The forest is a black wall against the horizon. The sentry shifts his weight from one foot to the other. His boots crunch on the wooden walkway. Crunch. He waits a minute. He shifts back. Crunch. He is bored. His boredom is profound. It is a physical sensation, a heaviness in his limbs. He looks at the sky. He tries to count the stars in the constellation of Orion. 1, 2, 3. He loses count. He sighs. He looks back at the tree line. Nothing has moved. Nothing ever moves. This is the reality of the Roman soldier's life. It is not constant battles. It is not glory. It is hours and hours of standing in the dark, cold and alone, waiting for a dawn that feels like it will never come. Below him, inside the fort, the rows of barracks are silent. Thousands of men are sleeping in rows, packed into their rooms. They are snoring, dreaming, resting. The fort is a grid of silence. Every few hours, a signal is passed. It is the tessera, the watchword. A small tablet of wood with a word written on it is passed from the commander to the tribune and then down the line. It ensures that everyone is awake, that everyone is at their post. But the passing of the word is quiet. It is a murmur in the dark. Victory, Jupiter, loyalty. The word changes every night. Tonight the word is pax, peace. The sentry whispers it to the next man down the wall. Pax. The other man nods. Pax. The word dissolves into the air. The silence returns. Let us float back from the fort, back down the dusty road, back to the vicus. The road is empty. The dust is undisturbed. A small beetle crawls across a rut in the road. It moves slowly, its black shell shining faintly in the starlight. It climbs over a pebble. It pauses, its antennae twitching, sensing the air. Then it continues its journey. It takes the beetle 10 minutes to cross the road. We could watch it for the entire 10 minutes. There is no rush. Its legs move in a rhythmic pattern. Left, right, left, right. It is a tiny speck of life in a vast, sleeping empire. We return to the house of Quintus and Helena. We glide back through the wall. The room is exactly as we left it. The temperature has dropped another degree. The air is even stiller. Helena is dreaming. Her breathing catches for a second, a small hiccup in the rhythm, and then resumes. In her dream, perhaps she is walking in a market. Perhaps she is buying grain. Or perhaps she is just sitting by a river. It is a gentle dream. Her eyelids flutter slightly, then stop. Quintus is in a deep, dreamless sleep. This is the restorative sleep. His body is repairing itself. The micro-tears in his muscles from marching are knitting back together. The fatigue toxins are being flushed from his blood. His heart rate is slow and powerful. Thump, thump, thump. It is the drumbeat of life, slow and enduring. The wool blanket has settled around them. It has taken the shape of their bodies. It is a landscape of gray hills and valleys. The valley between them is dark. The hill of Quintus's shoulder rises up. The texture of the wool is rough, composed of thousands of coarse fibers spun together. If you were to look at it through a magnifying glass, you would see the chaos of the fibers, twisting and interlocking. But from here, it is just a warm, gray mass. On the table in the corner, the water in the clay pitcher sits motionless. The surface of the water is a perfect mirror of blackness. It does not vibrate. A few hours ago, Quintus drank from the cup. A small droplet of water was left on the rim of the pitcher. Now that droplet has evaporated. It has turned into invisible vapor, joining the air in the room. The process was slow and silent. It happened without anyone witnessing it. Next to the pitcher, the bowl of apples sits. The apples are slowly, very slowly aging. The skin is wrinkling. The moisture inside is retreating. This is the slow clock of nature. It ticks not in seconds, but in seasons, in decay and renewal. Tonight, the apples are just apples, silent, green, and round. Under the table, a spider has begun to spin a web. It is a house spider, small and brown. It connects a thread from the table leg to the wall. It moves with deliberate precision. It climbs up. It drops down. It spins. There is no sound. The web is invisible in the dark. It is a masterpiece of engineering that no one will see until the morning sun hits it. And even then, it might be swept away. But the spider works anyway. It works because that is what it does. It is a boring, repetitive task. Up, down, spin, connect. The spider stops. It sits in the center of its new creation. It waits. It is as patient as the sentry on the wall. It waits for a fly that may never come. Quintus snores. It is not a loud snore. It is a soft vibration of the soft palate. Krrrshhh. It happens on the inhale. Krrrshhh. Helena stirs. She reaches out a hand in her sleep. Her fingers brush against Quintus's arm. She feels the warmth of his skin. She leaves her hand there. It is a point of contact, an anchor in the dark. The warmth transfers from his arm to her hand. It is a slow conduction of heat. The night is deep now. It is the middle watch, the second of Vigilia. This is the time when the human spirit is most dormant. The worries of the day have been forgotten, and the worries of tomorrow have not yet arrived. There is only the void. The house feels solid. It is rooted in the earth. The timber posts that hold up the roof were cut from oak trees decades ago. They have stood in this spot through storms, through summers, through winters. They are settling into their age. Occasionally, the wood groans. A deep, resonant sound from the heart of the timber. It is the sound of the house stretching. If you are lying in bed right now, feel the weight of your own body. Feel how gravity pulls you down into the mattress just as it pulls Quintus and Helena. Gravity is constant. It was the same for the Romans as it is for you. It is a gentle, relentless force that says, rest, stay here, do not move. The darkness in the room is not empty, it is heavy. It presses softly against the eyes. It is a velvet darkness. It wraps around everything, the stool, the chest, the cold hearth, the sleeping couple. It unifies them. In the dark, everything is one. Outside, the wind begins to shift. It changes direction, coming now from the west, from the ocean miles away. It brings a slightly different scent, a hint of salt, perhaps, or just dampness. It moves through the branches of the olive trees in the garden. The leaves rustle. Shhhshhhshhh. It is a whispering sound. The leaves turn over, silver undersides invisible in the night, then settle back. The wind passes over the roof of the house. It finds a loose piece of reed in the thatch. It tugs at it, flap, just once. Then the wind moves on. Inside, Quintus does not hear it. He is miles deep in sleep. He is walking in a field of wheat in his mind. The sun is shining in his dream. It is warm, but here in the room it is cool and dark. The contrast between the dream world and the real world is absolute. Let us stay here for a moment, in the quiet, in the dark. There is nothing to accomplish. The script doesn't need to move forward. The plot doesn't need to advance. We are simply existing in the space between events. The ash in the hearth cools another fraction of a degree. The spider waits. The sentry on the wall blinks. The beetle reaches the other side of the road. Everything is slow. Everything is calm. Everything is boring. And that is exactly how it should be. The breathing continues. Inhale, exhale. Quintus's foot twitches under the blanket. The wool scratches his ankle. He rubs his foot against the mattress to scratch the itch, then goes still again. The silence reasserts itself, thicker than before. The night has now settled into its deepest phase. We are in the hours that the Romans called the Gallicinium, the time when the rooster has not yet crowed, but the silence is at its thickest. It is the dead of night. The world is suspended in a state of paused animation. Inside the small house, the air has become perfectly still. Even the dust motes that usually dance in the light have settled onto the floor, coating the packed earth in an invisible layer of calm. Quintus and Helena remain under the heavy wool blanket. They have not moved for a long time. Their bodies are heavy, sunk deep into the straw mattress, anchored by gravity and exhaustion. Let us gently float away from their bedside for a moment. Let us drift through the wooden shutter of the window, passing through the cracks like a draft of air. We are outside again. The street of the vicus is a tunnel of shadows. The houses on either side are dark, silent lumps. Most are single-story, like Quintus's home. Some have small shops attached to the front, now tightly closed. To the left of Quintus's house, there is a small bakery. During the day, this place is hot and loud, filled with the smell of yeast and the shouting of customers. But now it is a tomb of silence. The large brick oven at the back of the shop is cooling down. If you were to place your hand on the bricks, they would still be warm, radiating a gentle, dry heat into the empty room. But the fire inside is gone. The flour dust that coats the tables and the floor sits undisturbed. It looks like snow in the moonlight. A wooden paddle used for moving bread leans against the wall. It stands there waiting. It will stand there for hours more. Further down the street there is a tavern, the Popina. The wooden sign hangs motionless above the door. A bench outside is empty. A clay cup has been left on the ground near the bench, forgotten by a patron hours ago. It sits in the dust, tilted on its side. A small puddle of wine has spilled out and dried into a sticky, dark stain on the earth. An ant explores the rim of the cup, its tiny legs moving frantically, sensing the sugar. It finds nothing of interest. It leaves. The ground of the street is uneven. It is not a paved Roman highway. It is a dirt track packed hard by thousands of sandals and wagon wheels. There are ruts where the carts have passed. In the shadows of the ruts, the ground is cooler. A small stone, kicked there by a horse earlier in the day, sits alone. It is a gray stone jagged on one side. It does not matter. It is just a stone, but it is part of the scene. It is part of the silence. The town is a collection of sleeping souls. Carpenters, weavers, potters, veterans, wives, children. They are all lying in the dark, breathing in the same night air. There is a collective rhythm to it, a massive, silent synchronization of rest. Above, the moon has shifted. It is a waning moon, not full, casting a pale, milky light. The light touches the thatched roofs of the houses. It turns the brown reeds to silver. It highlights the rough texture of the wattle and daub walls. The shadows cast by the houses are long and sharp, stretching across the road like dark fingers. They move imperceptibly as the moon tracks across the sky. You would have to watch for an hour to see them move even an inch. Let us return to the house, to the sanctuary of the soldier. We glide back through the wall. The interior feels warmer than the outside, though it has cooled significantly. The smell of the room is the smell of home. It is a blend of the dried herbs hanging from the rafters, rosemary, thyme, sage. The herbs are dry and brittle. If you touched them, they would crumble into powder. They release a faint, dusty aroma that clears the head. Quintus breathes in. H-H-H-H-M-M-M. He breathes out. P-W-W-W-H-H-H. His dreams are simple now. The brain activity has slowed down to the delta waves, the deep, restorative currents of the mind. He is no longer walking in fields. He is simply existing in a void of comfort. His body is repairing the micro-damages of the march. The tendons in his ankles are relaxing. The muscles in his back are lengthening. Helena shifts. She turns her head on the pillow. Her hair spreads out over the linen. The movement creates a small sound, the friction of hair against fabric. S-H-H-H whip. Then she settles again. Her hand finds the edge of the blanket and pulls it slightly tighter around her shoulder. It is an instinctual movement done without waking. The house itself seems to be sleeping. The timber frame is settling. Wood is a living material even when it is cut and shaped. It responds to humidity and temperature. As the night grows colder, the wood fibers contract. This creates tension, which is occasionally released with a pop or a creak. Crack. A sound from the roof. It is loud in the silence, but neither Quintus nor Helena wakes. Their brains filter it out. It is a familiar sound, a safe sound. It is the sound of the house holding together. On the floor near the hearth, the ceramic pot that held the porridge sits empty. A thin crust of dried oats clings to the side. It waits for the morning water and the scrub brush. For now, it is just a shape in the dark. There is a mouse. It appears from a small hole near the woodpile. It is small, gray, and cautious. Its nose twitches. Sniff, sniff, sniff. It smells the oats in the pot. It moves forward. Its paws are tiny and soft. They make no sound on the packed earth. It runs along the wall, staying in the deepest shadow. It reaches the hearth. It stops. It listens. It hears the heavy breathing of the humans. It knows this sound. It knows it is safe as long as the breathing is rhythmic. The mouse scurries to the pot. It finds a crumb on the floor. It picks it up with its front paws. It nibbles, nibble, nibble. The sound is microscopic. It is a tiny scratch in the silence. The mouse eats the crumb. It cleans its whiskers. Then, as quickly as it came, it turns and darts back to the woodpile. It disappears into the hole. The room is empty again. The silence rushes back in to fill the space the mouse left. Quintus's sword, his gladius, hangs on a peg on the wall. It is sheathed in a scabbard of wood and leather. The hilt is made of bone, polished smooth by his grip. The blade inside is iron. It is cold metal. It sleeps too. It is a tool of violence, but tonight it is just an object. It has no intent. It hangs vertically, perfectly balanced. The leather strap that holds it is worn. It stretches slightly under the weight of the weapon. The sword, the armor, the boots, these are the trappings of his profession. But in the dark, stripped of his uniform, Quintus is not a soldier. He is just a warm body. He is just a man named Quintus. The concept of time feels irrelevant here. There is no clock ticking. The Romans divided the night into 4 watches, but those are military terms. Here, there is only the flow of the dark. Imagine the air in the room as a liquid. It is thick and viscous like honey. We are submerged in it. It moves slowly around us. It supports us. It muffles sound. Helena's breathing changes slightly. She sighs. It is a high, soft sound. She is deep in sleep. Her hand relaxes completely, fingers uncurling on the blanket. The embers in the hearth are now almost completely black. The red glow is visible only if you look very, very closely into the heart of the ash pile. The heat is fading. The room is becoming cool. This coolness is conducive to sleep. It encourages the body to huddle, to seek warmth, to stay still. Quintus pulls his knees up slightly. He curls into a fetal position. This preserves heat. It is the oldest posture of safety. The wool blanket tense over his knees. The straw mattress conforms to his new shape. Rustle, crunch, settle. Everything is heavy. The roof is heavy on the walls. The walls are heavy on the earth. The bodies are heavy on the bed. The eyelids are heavy on the eyes. Outside, the wind has stopped completely. The leaves on the olive trees are frozen in place. The dust on the road is still. The clouds have vanished. The stars are fixed points of light, rotating with agonizing slowness around the pole. If you are listening, feel the stillness of your own room. Match it to the stillness of Quintus's room. Imagine the walls around you are thick wattle and daub, keeping out the noise, keeping out the light. Imagine the roof above you is thick thatch, sheltering you from the sky. There is nothing to worry about. The Roman Empire is at peace in this moment. The borders are secure. The gates are locked. The accounts are balanced. There is only the breathing. Inhale, exhale. Quintus's chest rises. The linen of his tunic stretches tight across his ribs. Quintus's chest falls. The linen loosens. It is a hypnotic cycle, up and down like the tide. In the corner of the room, the spider has stopped moving. It sits in the center of its web. It is resting. Even the spider needs to stop. The darkness is absolute. If you opened your eyes in this room, you would see nothing. You would only feel the presence of the quiet. You would feel the floor beneath your feet if you stood up, cold and solid. But you do not need to stand up. You are lying down. The feeling of the straw mattress is distinct. It is not uniform. There is a knot of straw near the hip, a depression near the shoulder. It is a landscape of texture. Quintus knows this landscape. He navigates it every night. He finds the valleys that fit his body. He is comfortable. He is safe. The hours stretch out. The night is long. There is no hurry for the dawn. The dawn is hours away. For now, the darkness is the ruler of the world. A small draft enters under the door. It carries the cool night air along the floor. It touches the legs of the table. It swirls around the clay pitcher. It dissipates before it reaches the bed. The bed is an island of warmth. Helena murmurs something in her sleep. It is unintelligible, a single syllable, ma or pa. It trails off. She sinks back into the silence. Quintus does not hear her. He is in the void. He is recharging. The world is boring. The history is boring. The night is boring. And in this boredom there is peace. Deep, heavy, uninterrupted peace. The ash settles. The wood cools. The breathing continues. Inhale, exhale. We have now entered the Tertia Vigilia, the third watch. In the military reckoning of the Roman night, this is the period that stretches from midnight until 3 in the morning. It is the heart of the darkness. It is the time when the grip of sleep is strongest upon the world. If you are listening, you are likely in this same quiet space. The demands of the day are long gone. The demands of the morning are not yet born. You exist in the gap between times. It is a safe gap. It is a quiet gap. You can simply float here, suspended in the narrative of a sleeping world. Inside the house of Quintus and Helena, the temperature has reached its lowest point. The heat from the evening fire has largely dissipated into the earth and the walls. The air is now cool, crisp, and still. It is the kind of cool that makes the warmth of the bed feel heavy and luxurious. Quintus lies on his side now. He has turned away from the wall, facing the center of the room, though his eyes remain closed. His breathing is deep and rhythmic, a slow bellows that drives his rest. Inhale, quiet pause. Exhale, quiet pause. Let us look closely at the blanket that covers him. It is a marvel of simple function. The wool was sheared from sheep that grazed on the hills miles away. It was washed, carded, spun into thread, and woven on a vertical loom. The weave is tight. It captures the heat radiating from his body and holds it against his skin. There is a small gap between the blanket and his shoulder, a tiny pocket of air. The cool air of the room tries to enter, but the heavy wool presses down, sealing the gap. The warmth wins. The warmth always wins in this bed. Helena is asleep beside him. She is completely still. Her breathing is so shallow it is almost imperceptible. She is in the deepest phase of rest, where the body is practically paralyzed to prevent acting out dreams. She is a statue of flesh and bone, resting under the gray wool. Let us drift away from the bed again. Let us move silently across the room. On the wooden chest, where the armor sits, the metal has become cold. The iron plates of the larica segmentata are cold to the touch. If you were to place your finger on them, the metal would steal the heat from your skin instantly. But no one touches them. They sit in a stack, dull and gray in the shadows. The leather straps that connect the plates have stiffened slightly in the cool air. They wait for the warmth of the morning sun to become pliable again. Next to the armor, the helmet sits, the Gallia. It is made of iron and bronze. The cheek guards are folded in. The neck guard flares out at the back. It looks like a hollow skull staring blankly at the wall. It is heavy. It has no purpose right now. It is just a shape, a silent metal shape. We move past the chest, toward the door. We drift through the wood again, passing through the molecules of the oak planks. We are outside. The vicus is immersed in the third watch. The silence here is different from the silence inside. Inside, it is a closed silence. Outside, it is an open silence. It stretches up to the stars and out to the horizon. There is moisture in the air now. The temperature has dropped enough for the dew point to be reached. Invisible water vapor in the air is beginning to condense on the cold surfaces. Let us watch the dew form. It is the slowest process imaginable. Focus on a single blade of grass near the doorstep. It is a long, thin blade, slightly yellowed at the tip. At the very edge of the blade, a tiny, microscopic bead of water appears. It is smaller than a grain of sand. It sits there, trembling slightly in the stillness. Over the next hour, another microscopic bead joins it. They merge. The droplet grows. It becomes a perfect sphere of water holding the reflection of the starlight. It does not fall. It clings to the grass, heavy and wet. Now look at the cabbage patch in the garden. The broad, waxy leaves of the cabbages are cooling rapidly. A fine mist of water is settling on them. It coats the leaves in a dull sheen. The purple veins of the cabbage leaves look darker now, wet with the night. Nothing moves. The cabbages do not grow while we watch. The water does not run off. It just accumulates molecule by molecule. It is a passive act of nature. It is boring. It is peaceful. Farther away, at the Roman fort, the third watch is beginning. A trumpet sounds, but do not be alarmed. It is not a loud, jarring blast. It is distant. It is muffled by the walls and the distance. It is a low, mournful note, toot. It hangs in the air for a second, then fades away completely. It is the signal for the changing of the guard. Inside the fort, men are waking up, but they do not wake with energy. They wake with the groans of men who must leave their warm beds in the middle of the night. They sit up. They rub their faces. They wrap their heavy cloaks around themselves. They walk out of the barracks. Their boots scuff on the stone paths. They do not speak. They are too tired to speak. They walk to the ramparts. The sentries who have been standing for 3 hours see them coming. They are relieved. They nod. They exchange the watchword, "Pax." The old sentries hand over their positions. They walk back to the barracks, eager for warmth. The new sentries take their places. They lean on their spears. They pull their cloaks tight. They look out at the dark tree line. And the cycle resets. The waiting begins again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. There is no enemy. There is only the cold. There is only the dew forming on the iron tip of the spear. Back in the vicus, in the house of Quintus, the silence is unbroken. The trumpet did not wake them. It is a sound they have heard every night for years. It is part of the background noise of their existence, like the wind or the rain. Their brains registered it, identified it as safe, and let them sleep on. Quintus's foot twitches again. He is dreaming. In his dream, he is walking down a long, straight Roman road. The road is paved with flat stones. The sun is hot. He is walking. Left, right, left, right. He is not going anywhere in particular. He is just marching. The rhythm of the march is soothing. It is a boring dream. It is a dream of routine. Helena is not dreaming. She is in the void, a place of total rest. The oil lamp on the shelf is cold now. The clay has lost all the heat from the flame. The blackened wick is stiff. The shadow of the lamp against the wall is fixed. Under the table, the spider we saw earlier is still waiting. It has not moved. It is conserving energy. It is a master of patience. It can wait for days. Tonight, it waits in the dark. The air in the room feels thick. If you were to walk through it, you would feel like you were pushing through water. It is heavy with sleep. Let us focus on the floor of the room, the packed earth. It is hard and uneven. In one spot near the hearth, there is a small depression where the earth has worn away over years of sweeping. It is a smooth, shallow bowl in the floor. A little bit of ash has settled there. It is a detail that no one notices, but it is there. It is part of the history of the house. It is the history of footsteps, the history of the broom. Swish, swish. The broom itself leans against the wall in the corner. It is made of a bundle of birch twigs tied to a hazel stick. The twigs are brittle. They rest against the mud wall. They cast a complex, spindly shadow. The broom is resting. Its work is done for the day. Quintus rolls over again. He turns onto his back. His mouth opens slightly. He breathes out a long, heavy breath. Ha. The sound is absorbed by the thatch roof. The concept of glory does not exist here. The concept of empire does not exist here. There is only biology. There is only the need for rest. The body of the soldier is a machine that needs downtime. The heart beats slower. The blood pressure drops. The muscles soften. The mind clears. He is not a legionary right now. He is just a mammal in a burrow. The night outside continues its slow, majestic rotation. The constellation of the Great Bear, Ursa Major, has moved slightly around the pole star. The stars are marking time. They are the ultimate clock. They do not tick. They simply are. A gentle mist begins to rise from the river that flows a mile away from the town. The mist is white and ghostly. It creeps over the banks. It moves into the low-lying fields. It covers the grass. It is silent. It is soft. It obscures the ground. If you were standing in the field, the mist would swirl around your ankles. It would be cold and damp. But we are not in the field. We are in the warm bed. We are safe. Quintus pulls the blanket up to his chin again. He buries his face in the coarse pillow. He is seeking the darkness. He wants to be completely covered. The sensation of the pillow against his cheek is rough but familiar. It smells of him. It smells of Helena. It smells of the life they share. The third watch is a long watch. It feels like it will last forever. There is no sign of dawn. The sun is far, far away on the other side of the world. Here, there is only the shadow. And in that shadow, there is peace. Listen to the silence. It is not empty. It is full of rest. It is a heavy, blanketed silence. Tick, the house settles. Hush, the wind breathes. Thump, the heart beats. Quintus sleeps. Helena sleeps. The town sleeps. The empire sleeps. There is nothing else, just this moment, stretching out, elongating, slowing down. You can rest here. You can stay in this room as long as you like. The door is bolted. The world is outside. You are inside. Drift, float, sleep. We have now drifted into the final stretch of the night. The Romans called this the Quarta Vigilia, the fourth watch. It is the time between 3 in the morning and the sunrise. But do not look for the sun yet. The sun is still far below the horizon. The world remains wrapped in a cloak of gray and black. If you are listening, you are in the deepest valley of rest. This is the hour when the body's temperature is at its lowest. It is the hour when the mind is furthest away from the logic of the day. It is a time of suspension. Inside the small house of wattle and daub, the silence has become a physical weight. It presses down on the roof. It presses against the door. It fills the room like a heavy, invisible liquid. Quintus and Helena are still asleep. They have not moved for an hour. They are buried under the layers of wool and linen. To look at them now, you would see only the vague shapes of human forms under a mound of bedding. The blanket rises and falls with a rhythm that is so slow, you would have to watch patiently to see it. Rise, pause, and fall, pause. The air in the room is cold now. The heat of the fire is a distant memory. The ash in the hearth is gray and silent. If you were to touch the stones of the hearth, they would feel tepid, barely warmer than the surrounding air. The house has equalized with the night. Let us focus on the sensation of warmth in a cold room. Quintus is curled on his side. His knees are drawn up. His chin is tucked down. He is creating a sphere of heat. Under the heavy wool blanket, the air is warm. It is humid with the breath of 2 sleeping people. It smells of sleep, a scent that is musky, soft, and intimate. Outside the blanket, the tip of Quintus's nose is cold. His ear, the one exposed to the air, is cold. This contrast, the freezing air against the exposed skin and the tropical warmth of the bed, is one of the profound comforts of human existence. It makes the bed feel safer. It makes the blanket feel heavier. Helena is breathing softly. Her breath creates a tiny cloud of vapor that vanishes instantly in the darkness. She is completely relaxed. Her hand rests near her face, palm open. The fingers are loose. There is no tension in her wrists. The room is dark, but it is not empty. It is full of objects that are waiting. The wooden table stands in the corner. Its 4 legs are planted firmly on the earth floor. It does not wobble. It holds the pitcher and the bowl of apples. The apples are cold. Their skins are waxy and smooth. They sit in the bowl, touching each other, apple against apple. They do not roll. They do not bruise. They just exist. On the floor, near the foot of the bed, Quintus's boots sit where he left them, the heavy caligy. The leather has stiffened in the cold night air. The hobnails on the soles, iron studs meant to grip the earth, are freezing cold. They bite into the dirt floor. The boots look like hollow feet. They hold the shape of the soldier, but they are empty. They are waiting for the morning, but the morning is not here. Let us drift through the wall again. The mud and straw of the wall are damp. The night mist has seeped into the outer layer. Outside, the vicus is a ghost town. The fog has thickened. It has rolled in from the river, silent and white. It fills the street. It softens the edges of the buildings. If you were walking down the street now, you would not see your own feet. You would be walking in a cloud. The fog muffles sound. It absorbs the noise of the world. A cat walks along the top of a garden wall. It is a ginger cat, though in the dark it looks gray. It moves with fluid, liquid grace. One paw, then the next. It makes absolutely no sound. It does not disturb a single pebble. It stops. It looks down into the garden of Quintus and Helena. It sees the cabbage patch. It sees nothing moving. It blinks slowly. Then it continues its walk, disappearing into the mist like a spirit. Farther away, the Roman fort stands like a cliff in the fog. The walls are wet. The stone glistens with moisture. The sentries of the fourth watch are miserable. They are the coldest of all. They have been standing for an hour and they have 2 more hours to go. They stamp their feet. Thud, thud. The sound is dull. It does not travel far. One sentry pulls his cloak up over his nose. The wool is wet with dew. It smells of wet sheep. He leans against the wooden parapet. He closes his eyes for a second just to rest them from the strain of staring into the white void. He is not asleep, but he is not fully awake. He is in a trance of boredom. He thinks about a bowl of hot soup. He imagines the steam rising from it. He imagines holding the bowl in his hands. The thought is so vivid he can almost smell the lentils. Then he opens his eyes. There is no soup. There is only the wall, the fog, and the night. He sighs. A long, white plume of breath escapes his lips and joins the fog. Back in the house, the atmosphere is heavy with the accumulation of hours. There is a concept in physics called inertia. Objects at rest tend to stay at rest. This house is a monument to inertia. Nothing wants to move. The dust does not want to fly. The wood does not want to creak. The sleepers do not want to wake. Quintus's mind is deep in the delta waves of sleep. This is the restorative darkness. In this state, the brain is barely active. It is not processing the empire. It is not processing the war. It is simply maintaining the organism. His heart beats slowly, lub-dub, spaced out by long seconds. The blood moves through his veins, slow and thick. It carries oxygen to his tired legs. It flushes out the fatigue. It is a biological maintenance cycle that happens every night, unseen, unfelt. Helena shifts her leg. The wool blanket drags across the linen sheet. Shhhwrrip. The sound is coarse. She settles again. The silence returns instantly. In the corner of the room near the roof, a small spider web vibrates. A draft has found its way through the thatch. A tiny current of air, colder than the rest, snakes into the room. It touches the web. The web sways gently back and forth. Sway, sway. The spider does not move. It rides the motion like a sailor on a calm sea. The draft moves down. It touches the embers in the hearth. It finds a tiny, microscopic spark deeply buried in the ash. It feeds it oxygen. The spark glows a slightly brighter red for a split second, then fades again. The draft dies. The room is still. The darkness is not just an absence of light, it is a presence. It feels velvety. It feels protective. It hides the cracks in the wall. It hides the dirt on the floor. It hides the weariness on the faces of the sleepers. In the dark, everything is perfect. Everything is whole. Quintus is dreaming of water. In his dream, he is sitting by a stream. The water is clear and cold. He is dipping his hand into it. He can feel the current pushing against his palm. It is a pleasant sensation. It is cool and constant. The sound of the water in the dream, burble, splash, rush, is soothing. It masks the silence of the room. The dream is boring, nothing happens. He does not cross the stream. He does not see a fish. He just sits there feeling the water. It is a dream about sensation, not action. Time stretches out. In the fourth watch, a minute feels like an hour. Let us look at the texture of the blanket again. It is gray wool. It is rough. It has small bits of plant matter woven into it and tiny pieces of burrs or straw that were not cleaned out of the fleece. These imperfections give the blanket character. It is a tool of survival. It is heavy. Weight is important for sleep. The weight of the blanket signals the nervous system to calm down. It mimics the feeling of being held. Quintus and Helena are held by the wool. Outside, the mist is beginning to settle on the ground as heavy dew. The roof of the house is dripping. Drip. Pause. Drip. Pause. Drip. Water from the mist collects on the reeds of the thatch. It runs down the length of the reed. It reaches the edge of the roof. It gathers into a drop. Gravity pulls it. It falls. It hits a stone on the ground outside. The sound is tiny. It is rhythmic. It is the metronome of the early morning. Drip, drip, drip. Inside, the sound is barely audible. It is just a faint tapping, like a finger gently touching a drum. It enters the dreams of the sleepers but does not wake them. In Quintus's dream, it becomes the sound of the stream. The world is simple. There is wet, there is dry, there is cold, there is warm. The complexity of Roman society, the Senate, the politics, the trade routes, the legions, it has all dissolved. It has been reduced to these elemental sensations. Quintus turns onto his back. He stretches his legs out. His feet hit the cold spot at the bottom of the bed. He groans softly. MMMPH. He pulls his legs back up, seeking the warmth. He finds it. He relaxes again. The linen sheet underneath him is warm now. It has absorbed his body heat all night. It feels soft against his skin, softer than the wool. The room is a capsule. It is floating in the timeline of history. If we were to stay here for another hour, nothing would change. The sun is approaching, but it is taking its time. The earth rotates at a constant speed, dragging the horizon down to meet the star, but it feels slow. The mouse we saw earlier is asleep now. It is curled up in its nest behind the woodpile. It is a ball of gray fur. It breathes rapidly, but it is asleep. Even the scavengers are resting. The darkness seems to have a grain to it like wood. It is textured darkness. You can almost see patterns in the blackness if you stare long enough. Swirls of gray, patches of deep void. Helena's breathing sinks with Quintus' for a moment. They inhale together. They exhale together. The room expands and contracts with them. Inhale, the room fills. Exhale, the room empties. It is a peaceful coexistence. On the shelf, a small clay statuette sits. It is a lar, a household god. It is a crude figure made of terracotta. It depicts a young man dancing, holding a drinking horn. It watches over the house. It has watched over them all night. It does not blink. It does not sleep. It is the silent guardian of the boring life. It stands in the shadows, covered in dust. The dust is everywhere. It is the softest substance in the room. It covers the shelf. It covers the floor. It covers the box of armor. It is the evidence of time passing. Every day a little more dust falls. Every day the layers build up. Quintus breathes in the dust. He breathes out. The fourth watch is endless. It is a tunnel of time. If you are listening, visualize the mist outside. White, thick, cold. It wraps around the house like cotton wool. It isolates the house from the rest of the world. There is no Rome. There is no Emperor Hadrian. There is only this house, this bed, this blanket. You are safe in the fog. You are hidden. The dripping from the roof continues. Drip, drip. It is a lullaby of water and stone. Quintus's hand twitches. His fingers curl around the edge of the blanket. He holds on. He is anchoring himself in the sleep. He does not want to let go. He does not want the morning to come. And for now, it doesn't have to. The night is still strong. The darkness is still the king. We wait, we breathe, we exist. There is no next step. There is only the current step, resting. The air remains still. The cold remains biting outside but powerless inside. The warmth holds the line. A silence. A stillness. The night has lasted a very long time. It feels as though the sun may never return, as though the world has simply decided to remain in this quiet, shadowed state forever. We are now moving into the final stretch of the fourth watch. The Romans knew this time well. It is the hour when the spirit is quietest, when the body is coldest, and when the darkness begins to feel old. If you are listening, you do not need to look for the light. There is no light yet. The sky is still a canopy of heavy, mute darkness. But if you were standing outside in the vicus, breathing in the damp air, you might sense a subtle change. It is not a visual change. It is a change in the texture of the atmosphere. The night is no longer solid. It is beginning to thin, just a fraction. Inside the house, the air has settled into a profound stillness. The draft that was moving earlier has died down. The temperature has reached its absolute nadir. This is the coldest moment of the 24-hour cycle. The heat from the previous day is entirely gone, absorbed by the infinite sky. Quintus and Helena are huddled together. It is an instinctual survival mechanism. In the deep unconsciousness of sleep, their bodies have sought each other out to share warmth. Quintus's back is pressed against Helena's side. The wool blanket is pulled up high, covering their ears, leaving only the tops of their heads exposed. The hair on their heads is cool to the touch. Let us look at the hearth again. The fire is truly dead now. Even the deep embers have faded to a dull, chalky gray. There is no heat radiating from the stones. The hearth is just a pile of cold ash and charred wood. A small piece of oak, half-burnt, sits in the center. It is black and jagged. It looks like a small ruin. It waits for the morning spark, but the morning is not here. The smell in the room has changed. The scent of wood smoke has grown stale. It is mixed now with the smell of the damp earth floor. The moisture from the ground is rising up, invisible and silent. It carries the scent of clay and soil. It is an earthy, grounding smell. Quintus breathes in. Inhale. The air entering his nose is cold. It travels down his throat, cooling his lungs. Exhale. The air leaving his body is warm. It hits the pillow and warms the fabric. This cycle of heating the air is the only work being done in the room. His sleep is shifting. He is coming out of the deep, comatose delta sleep and moving into a lighter phase. His eyes move rapidly behind his eyelids. He is dreaming again. In this dream, he is repairing a sandal. He is sitting on a bench in the sun. He holds an awl in his hand. He pushes it through the leather. Push. It is hard work. Push. The leather is tough. The dream is mundane. There is no battle. There is no glory. There is just the leather, the tool, and the sun. It is a dream of maintenance. Outside the house, the fog has changed. Earlier, it was a moving mist. Now it has settled. It lies heavy on the ground, a thick blanket of white vapor. It fills the spaces between the houses. It covers the cabbage patch completely. The cabbages are invisible. They are just lumps in the white sea. The moisture in the fog is freezing. On the wooden fence posts, frost is beginning to form. It is a slow, crystalline growth. Watch the frost. A tiny needle of ice forms on the wood grain. It is transparent and fragile. Then another needle grows next to it. They cross. They build a structure. It is a geometric pattern of ice forming in the dark. No one sees it. It is beautiful, complex, and completely silent. It covers the rough wood in a delicate white lace. The silence of the vicus is interrupted by a sound. It is not a loud sound. It is the sound of a horse in a stable nearby. Shh glop. The horse shifts its weight. Its hoof strikes the straw on the stable floor. Then a soft snort, pffft. The horse is shaking the dust from its nose. Then silence returns. The horse does not whinny. It simply stands there asleep on its feet, waiting for the grain. We drift further down the road, toward the fort. The torches at the gate are burning low. They have been burning for hours. The pitch and oil are almost exhausted. The flames are no longer tall and bright. They are small, blue, and sputtering. They flicker in the stagnant air. Flicker, flicker, pop. One torch gives a final gasp and goes out. A trail of gray smoke rises up into the fog. The smell of the extinguished torch, acrid tar, drifts slowly across the ramparts. The sentry standing near the torch does not move. He is used to the darkness. He watches the smoke dissipate. He pulls his cloak tighter. He is shivering. The cold has penetrated his wool, his tunic, his skin. It is in his bones. He rubs his hands together. The friction creates a tiny amount of heat. Rub, rub, rub. The sound is like dry leaves scraping together. He looks to the east. There is no line of light yet, just the same gray darkness. He sighs. He leans back against the stone merlin of the wall. The stone is freezing. He pushes off it, standing straight again. He must stay awake. Back in the house, the darkness feels grainy. As the eyes adjust to hours of blackness, the brain begins to create patterns. It looks like visual static. Helena moves. She rolls onto her back. The blanket slides off her shoulder. The cold air hits her skin immediately. She frowns in her sleep. Her hand searches for the blanket. She finds the rough wool. She pulls it back up. She tucks it under her chin. She sighs. The crisis of the cold shoulder is resolved. She sinks back into stillness. On the floor near the wall, a cricket has found its way inside. It is sitting on a piece of firewood. It is motionless. The crickets of the evening have stopped singing. This one is waiting for the warmth to return before it moves. It is a statue of an insect. Its long antennae are still. The room feels smaller in this hour. The shadows in the corners seem to have grown, pressing inward. The world has shrunk down to the size of the bed. Let us think about the materials of the room again. The daub on the walls, the mud mixture. It is dry and hard. If you ran your hand along it, it would feel rough like sandpaper. It is full of little bumps and ridges. It is painted with lime wash, which is chalky. If you leaned against it, white powder would rub off onto your tunic. The floor is packed earth. It is dark brown, almost black in the gloom. It is uneven. There are hills and valleys in the floor that are less than an inch high, but to a foot they are distinct terrain. Quintus's breathing changes rhythm. It becomes slightly faster, then slows down again. He is cycling through sleep stages. Inhale 1, 2, 3, exhale 1, 2, 3. It is a pendulum. Outside in the olive grove beyond the village, a bird wakes up. It is not a songbird, it is a crow. It does not caw, it simply shifts on its branch, it shakes its feathers, ruffle. The sound is muffled by the leaves. The crow looks around with a black, bead-like eye. It sees the fog. It decides it is too early. It tucks its head back into its wing. It goes back to sleep. The false dawn is approaching. This is a phenomenon where the zodiacal light creates a faint pyramid of brightness in the east, long before the sun arrives. But tonight, with the fog, there is no pyramid. There is just a subtle lightening of the gray. The black turns to charcoal. The charcoal turns to slate. It is barely noticeable. You have to look away to see it. If you stare directly at it, it vanishes. Inside the room, this shift in light is not yet visible. It is still pitch black. The water in the pitcher on the table is cold. It has reached the temperature of the air. It is perfectly still. There is no vibration. Imagine being that water, held in clay, motionless, cool, dark. You have no purpose but to be there. You are waiting for the thirst of the morning, but for now you are just liquid mass. Quintus turns his head. His cheek rubs against the pillow. The sound is loud in the silence. Scratch. He murmurs something, a sound without meaning. Mmm. It is a sound of agreement. He is agreeing with his dream. He is agreeing with the comfort of the bed. The weight of the blanket is heavy on his legs. His feet are warm now. The heat has pooled at the bottom of the bed. It is a sanctuary. The concept of Roman citizen is suspended. The concept of barbarian is suspended. There is only sleeper. If you are lying in bed, feel the heavy stillness of your own legs. Let them sink. Let them be heavy like Quintus's legs. There is no need to move them. They are anchored. The house creaks again. Groan. This time it is a timber in the wall. The cold has contracted it to its limit. It protests, then settles. The mouse behind the woodpile twitches its nose. It smells the morning coming, even though it is hours away. It stays in its nest. It is warm there. It has lined the nest with bits of dried grass and a piece of stolen wool. It is a cozy, secret place. The silence stretches out. It is a thick, gelatinous silence. It fills your ears. It is not a ringing silence. It is a padded silence. Let us go back to the frost on the fence post outside. It has grown. The crystals are longer now. They are intricate. They are fragile. If the sun were to touch them, they would melt in seconds. But in the dark, they are safe. They are temporary masterpieces of the cold. The fog swirls gently. A small breeze pushes it. It moves like slow smoke. It curls around the corner of the house. It touches the door. The wood of the door is damp. The iron of the hinges is wet. Rust is forming on the iron. It is a slow chemical reaction. Iron, water, oxygen. It happens atom by atom. Red dust forming on gray metal. It is the slowest fire in the world. Inside, Helena breathes deeply. She sighs. Her breath is a long, slow release of air. The night is old. It is tired. It is holding on, but its grip is loosening. There is no hurry. The transition from night to day is a gradient, not a switch. It takes hours. We are in the middle of that gradient. Quintus's hand is relaxed. His fingers are slightly curled. The palm is open. The lines on his palm, the life line, the heart line, are invisible in the dark. The room waits, the dust waits, the cold waits. There is nothing to do but exist. We are suspended in the amber of the pre-dawn. Silence, breath, cold, warmth. The cycle continues. It is boring, it is reassuring, it is eternal. The gray light outside brightens by 1 lumen. No one notices. Quintus sleeps on. The night is finally yielding. It is not surrendering to a burst of golden sun. That is still an hour away. Instead, it is slowly diluting. The absolute black of the Quarta Vigilia is softening into a deep, hazy slate color. The Romans called this time diliculum, the little dawn, the twilight before the sunrise. If you are listening, you can keep your eyes closed. The light we are describing is soft. It is not the demanding light of the day. It is a sleepy light. It is the color of old silver, tarnished and dull. It is a light that asks for nothing. Inside the house, the change is subtle. For hours, the room has been a void of darkness where objects were only felt, not seen. Now, very gradually, shapes begin to re-emerge. The first thing to appear is the window. The wooden shutter is closed, but wood is an imperfect material. It warps. It shrinks. There are tiny gaps between the slats of the shutter. Through these gaps, the gray light filters in. It creates thin, pale lines on the floor. They look like faint chalk marks drawn on the dark earth. These lines of light are not bright. They are ghostly. They do not illuminate the room. They simply exist as stripes of grayness in the gloom. Quintus is still asleep, but his body senses the shift. The circadian rhythm, deep in his brain, registers the change in light levels even through his closed eyelids. His sleep becomes lighter. He is no longer in the heavy, paralyzed deep sleep. He is drifting up toward the surface of consciousness, though he is not ready to break the surface yet. He turns his head away from the window. He buries his face in the pillow. He groans softly, a low, rumbling sound in his chest. M. He is protesting the morning. He pulls the wool blanket up over his ear. He wants to stay in the night. Helena lies on her back. The gray light touches the ceiling above her. The thatch roof, which was just a black emptiness before, now has texture. You can see the individual bundles of reeds. They are brown and dusty. A spider web in the corner catches the faint light. It gleams for a moment, silver and fragile, then disappears back into the shadow as the angle of the light shifts. The air in the room is still cold. It is the damp, penetrating cold of the early morning. It smells of the night's moisture. Outside, the fog is glowing. It has turned from a black mist to a white mist. It is luminous. It hangs over the vicus like a cloud that has fallen to earth. And then the sound comes. It is the sound that has defined the morning for thousands of years. Crow. It is a rooster. It is somewhere in the village, perhaps in the neighbor's yard behind the bakery. It is not a loud, cartoonish sound. It is real, scratchy, and strained. Ur-ur-ur-roo-oo. The sound travels through the damp air. It is muffled by the fog. It sounds distant, like an echo from another valley. The rooster waits. It listens. 10 seconds pass. Silence. Then from the other side of the village, another rooster answers. This one is deeper, more resonant. Ur-ur-roo-oo. It is a conversation between birds. They are announcing that the gray has arrived. They are not excited. They are just doing what they do. Inside the house, the sound penetrates the wall. Quintus hears it in his dream. In his dream, the rooster is a trumpet. He twitches, but he does not wake. He knows instinctively that the first crow is not the signal to rise. The first crow is just a warning. There is still time. There is still warmth. He relaxes his muscles again. He sinks back into the mattress. The straw rustles, crinkle, hush. Let us look at the objects in the room as the light grows stronger. The table in the corner is emerging from the shadows. It looks gray. The pitcher on the table looks gray. The red apples in the bowl look gray. Color has not yet returned to the world. This is the monochromatic hour. Everything is a shade of ash. The armor on the chest, the larica segmentata, begins to shine. It is a dull, metallic luster. The curve of the shoulder guard catches the gray light from the window cracks. It looks heavy. It looks cold. It sits there, a silent pile of iron waiting for the soldier. but the soldier is ignoring it. The dust on the floor becomes visible. It lies in the cracks between the stones of the hearth. It lies in the corners where the broom did not reach. It is a fine gray powder. In this light, the whole world looks like it is made of dust. Outside, the vicus is beginning to stir, but very, very slowly. A door opens somewhere down the street. Kriyak. It is a heavy wooden sound, then the sound of a bucket being set down. Clank. Someone is fetching water. It is a solitary task. The footsteps are slow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound fades away into the fog, then silence returns. The mist is wet. It condenses on everything. The roof of Quintus's house is dripping faster now. Drip, drip, drip. A small puddle has formed on the ground under the eaves. The surface of the puddle ripples with each drop. Plip. The light is increasing. It is no longer just stripes on the floor. It is a diffuse glow that fills the room. You can see the far wall now. You can see the peg where the sword hangs. The scabbard is dark leather. The handle is bone. It hangs perfectly straight. Helena wakes up. She does not open her eyes immediately. She becomes aware of her body. She feels the weight of the blanket. She feels the warmth of the bed. She feels the cold air on her face. She takes a deep breath. She smells the morning. She opens her eyes slowly. Her eyelids feel heavy. She blinks. 1, 2. She sees the thatch roof. She sees the gray light. She knows it is morning, but she does not move. She does not throw off the covers. There is no urgency. She turns her head and looks at Quintus. He is a mound of wool. Only the top of his head is visible. His hair is messy, sticking up in tufts. She closes her eyes again. She decides to steal a few more minutes. This is the luxury of the morning, the conscious decision to stay in bed. It is a stolen pleasure. She listens to the rhythm of his breathing. It is still deep, but faster than before. He is close to waking. From the direction of the fort, a trumpet sounds. This time, it is the buchina. It is a curved brass instrument. The sound is lower and more melodious than the harsh blast of the night watch. Boo-a-oo. It signals the beginning of the day for the legion. Inside the fortress walls, thousands of men are groaning. They are rolling out of their bunks. They are splashing cold water on their faces. But Quintus is not inside the walls. He is in the vicus. He has a special permission, a tacit agreement that allows him to live here. He does not have to jump at the first note. He has a few minutes of grace. He hears the trumpet. His eyes open. They are brown eyes, sleep-crusted and tired. He stares at the wall. The wall is whitewashed mud. He stares at a small crack in the plaster. He does not think about the empire. He thinks about how warm his feet are. He blinks. He closes his eyes again. He drifts. This state between waking and sleeping is called hypnopompia. It is a state of disjointed thoughts. He thinks about the porridge from last night. He thinks about the repair he needs to make to his belt. He thinks about the gray light. Morning, he mumbles. His voice is thick with sleep. It is a gravelly croak. Helena replies. She does not open her eyes. They lie there in silence. The conversation is over. It was enough. The light outside is shifting from gray to a very pale, washed-out blue. The fog is lifting slightly. The tops of the trees are becoming visible. They are swaying gently in a morning breeze. The breeze is cold. Inside the room, the temperature is still low. Quintus knows that if he gets up, the air will hit his skin. He dreads that moment. He procrastinates. He wiggles his toes in the warm pocket of air at the bottom of the bed. He stretches. It is a full-body stretch. He extends his arms. He extends his legs. He arches his back. His joints pop, crack, pop. He groans again. Ah. He relaxes. He feels heavy. The mouse behind the woodpile is awake. It is grooming itself. It washes its face with its paws. It is preparing for the day. It is quiet. The spider in the web feels the vibration of the house waking up. It stays still. Quintus pushes the blanket down to his chest. The cold air hits his shoulders. He shivers. Brrrr. It wakes him up a little more. He rubs his face with his hands. His palms are rough against his skin. He rubs his eyes. He looks at the window. The lines of light are brighter now. He can see dust motes dancing in the beams. They swirl and float. They are suspended in the air. He watches one dust mote. It floats up, catches the light, turns gold for a second, then floats down into the shadow. "The rooster is early," he says. "It is always early," Helena murmurs. She turns over. She faces him. Her eyes are open now. They look tired but calm. There is no stress in this morning. It is just another day. A boring, ordinary day in the year 120 AD. Quintus sits up. This is the hardest part. He pushes himself up on one elbow, then the other. The straw mattress compresses under his weight. Crunch. He sits on the edge of the bed. His feet dangle above the cold floor. He is wearing his linen tunic, which is wrinkled from sleep. He hunches his shoulders against the chill. He looks at his boots on the floor. They are waiting for him. He does not put them on yet. He just sits there. He stares at the floor. He is gathering the will to start the day. The room is silent again. The rooster has stopped crowing. The trumpet has stopped blowing. There is just the two of them, the gray light and the cold air. He looks at the hearth. The ash is dead. "I need to light the fire," he says. He does not move. He just states the fact. "Yes," Helena says. She pulls the blanket up to her chin. She is staying in bed for a minute longer. She watches him. He is a silhouette against the gray wall, a soldier without his armor, a man waking up. The moment stretches out. It is a pause in the narrative. Nothing is happening. He is just sitting. If you are listening, feel the reluctance to start the day. Feel the heaviness of the limbs. Feel the comfort of the bed that is being left behind. It is a universal feeling. The Romans felt it. We feel it. The desire to just stay, to just be. Quintus takes a deep breath. Inhale, he sighs. Exhale. He puts one foot down. It touches the earthen floor. The floor is freezing. He grimaces. He puts the other foot down. He is grounded. The day has technically begun, but it is a slow start, a very slow start. The light continues to brighten imperceptibly. The gray is turning to white. The shadows are retreating. The room is revealing itself fully. The cracks in the wall, the texture of the wood, the weave of the basket, the simple, boring reality of their life. And it is peaceful. Quintus is sitting on the edge of the bed. His feet are on the cold earth. The moment of hesitation is over. He places his hands on his knees, pushes down, and stands up. A groan. His knees crack. It is the sound of a body waking up after stillness. He stands to his full height in the gray light. He shivers once, a full-body shudder that starts at his shoulders and runs down to his heels. The air in the room is significantly colder than the bed he has just left. It is a dry, biting cold that clings to his linen tunic. He begins to walk across the room. He does not rush. There is no reason to rush. His bare feet move silently on the packed dirt. Pat, pat, pat. He can feel the texture of the floor, the smooth spots where they walk often, and the rougher, grainier patches near the walls. The earth sucks the heat from his soles. It is an unpleasant sensation, but a familiar one. It grounds him. It tells him, you are here. The day has begun. He reaches the hearth in the center of the room. It is a dead landscape of gray ash. The mound he made last night is undisturbed. He kneels down. Kneeling is a slow process. He lowers one knee, then the other. The floor is hard against his joints. He sits back on his heels. He rests his hands on his thighs for a moment, staring at the ash. He is gathering his focus. Lighting the fire or reviving it is the first duty of the day. It requires patience. If you rush it, you kill the ember. If you are too aggressive, you smother it. It is a delicate, boring art. He reaches for the iron poker, a simple rod of metal with a hooked end. It is cold and rough in his hand. He gently inserts the tip of the poker into the side of the ash mound. A scritching. The sound of metal against stone and ash. He carefully pulls the ash away. He is digging for treasure. He is looking for the heat he saved from last night. He clears away the top layer of white, flaky ash. Underneath, the ash is darker, gray mixed with black charcoal. He digs deeper, and there it is. A faint, dull red glow. It is the size of a walnut. A single ember, still alive, sleeping under its blanket of dust. It pulses very faintly. When the air hits it, it brightens just a fraction. It is the seed of the morning's warmth. Quintus puts the poker down. Clink. He reaches for the tinder box. It is a small wooden box kept near the hearth to stay dry. He opens the lid. Inside is a nest of dried moss, birch bark shavings, and old linen rags that have been charred. It smells of dry forests. He pinches a small amount of dried moss between his thumb and forefinger. It is light and airy. He sprinkles it over the sleeping ember. He does not dump it. He lets it fall like snow. The moss lands on the red coal. Nothing happens immediately. The moss sits there. Then a tiny wisp of smoke rises. It is a thin gray thread. It curls straight up into Quintus's face. He smells it, the scent of scorching vegetable matter. It is sharp and acrid. He leans forward. He places his hands on the floor to support his weight. He lowers his face until he is only inches away from the hearth. He takes a deep breath. Inhale. He blows gently. Woo-woo. It is a steady, controlled stream of air. He is feeding oxygen to the fire. The ember glows brighter. It turns from dull red to bright orange. The moss begins to smoke more heavily. The orange glow spreads into the moss fibers. He stops blowing. He waits. Inhale. He blows again. Woo-woo. This time a tiny flame appears. It is blue at the base and yellow at the tip. It is smaller than a fingernail. It flickers frantically, fighting for existence in the cold air. Quintus moves quickly but calmly. He reaches for a handful of small twigs, birch twigs, thin as pencils. He has a pile of them ready. He places one twig across the tiny flame, then another. He builds a small pyramid over the fire. He is careful not to crush the flame. He must build a structure that allows the air to flow. The flame licks at the bark of the birch twigs. The bark curls and blackens. Then it catches. The fire jumps up. It is now the size of a fist. The crackling sound begins. Snap, pop, crinkle. It is the most comforting sound in the world. It is the sound of survival. Quintus sits back on his heels. He watches the fire grow. He adds slightly larger sticks now, oak kindling. The fire accepts them. The yellow flames wrap around the wood. The gray light of the dawn is suddenly pushed back by the warm, golden light of the hearth. Shadows jump onto the walls. They dance. The room feels smaller, cozier. He holds his hands out to the fire, palms open, fingers spread. He feels the heat hit his skin. It travels up his wrists. It thaws the cold in his knuckles. He rubs his hands together. Swish, swish. The friction and the fire combine to bring life back to his extremities. He stays there for a long time, just kneeling, just warming his hands. There is no need to move yet. The fire needs to be watched. It is a demanding infant. Behind him in the bed, Helena is awake. She is watching him. She sees his silhouette against the firelight. She hears the crackle of the wood. She feels the very faint change in the room's temperature. It is not warm yet, but the promise of warmth is there. "It caught?" she asks. Her voice is sleepy and low. "It caught," Quintus replies. He does not turn around. He is focused on the flames. He reaches for a larger log, a piece of seasoned olive wood. It is heavy and dense. He places it at the back of the fire. This log will burn for hours. It will provide the bed of coals for the cooking. He watches the flames lick up the side of the log. The wood hisses. SSSSSSS. It is the sound of moisture boiling out of the wood. A small jet of steam shoots out of a crack in the log. Quintus stands up. His knees crack again. He brushes the ash from his hands onto his tunic. It leaves faint gray smudges on the linen. He does not care. A soldier is never perfectly clean. He walks to the table. The water in the pitcher is still cold. He pours some into a metal basin that sits on a stand. The water splashes. Splash. He cups his hands and splashes the water onto his face. Splosh. It is a shock. The water is freezing. It makes him gasp. It washes away the sleep. It tightens his skin. He rubs his face vigorously. He rubs his eyes. He rubs the back of his neck. He grabs a rough linen towel hanging from a peg. He dries his face. The towel is scratchy. It exfoliates his skin. He dries his hands. He is awake now. The fog of sleep has cleared. The routine has taken over. He looks at the window. The light has changed. The gray is turning into a pale, watery white. The sun is getting closer to the horizon. The lines of light on the floor are distinct and sharp. He walks back to the chest. It is time for the armor. This is a ritual he has performed thousands of times. It is muscle memory. He picks up the subarmalis, a padded woolen jacket that goes under the armor to prevent chafing. He pulls it on. It is thick and soft. It adds a layer of warmth. He ties the strings at the neck. Next, the larica segmentata, the plate armor. He lifts the shoulder section. It is heavy. The metal plates clink together, clank, clank. He swings it over his head. It settles onto his shoulders with a familiar weight. It presses down. It restricts his movement slightly. He is now encased in iron. He reaches for the chest plates. He wraps the left side around his ribs, then the right side. He fumbles with the leather straps. His fingers are still a bit stiff from the cold, but they know what to do. He threads the leather lace through the brass loop. He pulls it tight, zip. He ties a knot. He does the next strap, and the next. There is a rhythm to it. Thread, pull, knot, thread, pull, knot. He checks the fit. He twists his torso left and right. The metal plates slide over each other. SHHH clink. SHHH clink. It fits. It is tight, but not too tight. It is a second skin. He picks up the belt, the cingulum. The heavy leather apron with the metal studs hangs down. He wraps the belt around his waist. He buckles it. The weight of the apron pulls the belt down onto his hips. The metal studs jingle softly as he moves. Jingle, jingle. He is transforming. Quintus the sleeper is gone. Quintus the soldier is emerging. He sits on the stool to put on his boots. He picks up the left boot. He shakes it upside down, just in case a spider or a scorpion has crawled inside during the night. Nothing falls out. He slides his foot in. He wraps the leather thongs around his ankle and shin. He ties them. He does the right boot. He stamps his feet on the floor. Crunch, crunch. The hobnails bite into the earth. The sound is solid. It is the sound of authority. He stands up. He is fully dressed. He feels different. He stands straighter. The armor forces good posture. He looks at Helena. She is sitting up in bed now, wrapped in the blanket. She looks soft and warm compared to his hard edges. "Is there bread?" he asks. "On the shelf," she says, "in the cloth." He walks to the shelf. He finds a loaf of bread wrapped in a linen cloth. It is yesterday's bread. It is round and dense. He breaks off a chunk. The crust is hard. It cracks loudly. CR rack. The inside is chewy. He eats it standing up. He chews slowly. It is dry, but it is food. He washes it down with a cup of water from the pitcher. The fire is burning steadily now. The room is filling with the smell of olive wood smoke. It is a sweet, oily smell. The shadows are flickering on the walls. Quintus walks to the door. He places his hand on the iron bolt. He pauses, he listens. Outside, the vicus is louder. He can hear a cart rolling in the distance. The wooden wheels rumble on the dirt. Rumble, rumble. He can hear a dog barking, closer this time. He can hear voices, muffled, indistinct greetings between neighbors. The day has arrived. The silence of the night is broken. He slides the bolt back. Clunk. It is a heavy sound. The door is unlocked. He opens the door. Creak. The morning air rushes in. It is bright and cold. It mixes with the warm, smoky air of the room. A swirl of mist enters, twisting near the floor. Quintus steps into the doorway. He looks out. The fog is lifting. The sky above is a pale, translucent blue. The sun is not yet visible, but the horizon is glowing with a faint orange line. The rooftops of the village are wet with dew. They shine in the morning light. He takes a deep breath of the outside air. It tastes of wet grass and smoke from other fires. He turns back to Helena. "I will return at the 6th hour," he says. "Go carefully," she says. It is the same farewell she gives every morning. It is not dramatic. It is routine. Quintus nods. He steps out. He closes the door behind him. Thud. He is gone. Inside the room, Helena is alone. The room is quiet again, but it is a different kind of quiet. It is the quiet of the morning waiting to be filled with work. The fire pops. Snap. Helena stays in bed for one more minute. She looks at the empty stool where he sat. She looks at the crumbs of bread on the table. The boring history continues. The soldier has gone to his post. The woman remains. The sun rises. And the fire burns on, consuming the olive wood, turning the logs slowly into white ash, atom by atom. The door of the small house has clicked shut behind Quintus. He stands alone on the dirt path of the vicus. The transition is complete. He is no longer a husband in all but name. He is now a soldier of the 2nd Legion. But the transformation is not magical. It is heavy. It is physical. He takes his first step away from the house. Crunch. The ground is wet. The heavy mist and the dripping eaves have turned the dust of the road into a thin layer of sticky mud. His hobnailed boots, the calligi, bite into it. The iron studs grip the earth. When he lifts his foot, there is a tiny sucking sound. Thwack. The mud clings to the leather sole for a second before letting go. He begins to walk. His pace is not the forced march of the drill field. It is the steady, conserving pace of a man going to work. He knows exactly how many steps it takes to reach the fort gate. He does not count them, but his body knows the rhythm. Left foot, right foot, left foot. The weight of the armor settles onto his shoulders. The larica segmentata is a marvel of engineering, but it is still 30 pounds of iron and leather. It presses down on the woolen padding of his subarmales. As he walks, the metal plates slide against each other. Clink. SHHH. Clink. It is a rhythmic accompaniment to his mourning. It is the music of his profession. The fog is lifting, but it is still thick enough to obscure the end of the street. Quintus walks into the white haze. He passes the neighbor's garden. The cabbages we watched earlier are now visible. They are glistening with dew. Great droplets of water sit in the curlicues of the leaves. A snail is making its way across a leaf. It moves incredibly slowly, leaving a trail of silver slime behind it. Quintus does not see the snail. He is looking straight ahead. The air outside is filled with the smells of a waking village. First, there is the smell of wood smoke. It is everywhere. Every house in the vicus is waking up. Every hearth is being fed. The smoke hangs low in the damp air, creating a gray ceiling over the street. It smells of oak, olive wood, and pine. It is a sharp, comforting smell. Then there is the smell of animals. He passes a small stable block attached to a merchant's house. He smells wet straw and horse manure. He hears the low snort of a mule. HRRRMPH. The mule is waiting for its feed. A man with a bucket walks across the yard. He nods at Quintus. Quintus nods back. No words are spoken. It is too early for conversation. He passes the bakery. The bakery is no longer silent. The oven has been burning for hours. The smell of yeast and toasted grain wafts out into the street. It is a warm, dense smell. It mixes with the cold fog. Inside, through the open shutter, Quintus can hear the rhythmic slapping of dough against a wooden table. Whap, whap, whap. The baker is awake. The bread is rising. The daily cycle of hunger and sustenance has begun. Quintus keeps walking. He does not stop for bread. He has eaten his crust. The road widens slightly as it approaches the fort. The mud gives way to gravel. The Romans are road builders, and near the fort the engineering is better. The sound of his footsteps changes. It becomes sharper. Crunch crack, crunch crack. The gravel shifts under his weight. He can see the walls of the castra now. They loom out of the fog like a man-made cliff. They are built of stone and turf, rising high above the wooden roofs of the village. The walls are wet. The stone is dark with moisture. At the top, the wooden palisade spikes glisten. In front of the wall is the fossa, the ditch. It is wide and deep, a V-shaped cut in the earth. The bottom of the ditch is filled with shadows. Grass grows on the steep sides, trimmed short. It is a defensive barrier, but this morning it is just a quiet, grassy trench. Quintus approaches the gate, the Porta Praetoria. It is a massive structure. Two great towers of timber flank a double archway. The wood of the gate is old, darkened by oil and weather. The gates themselves are open but guarded. 2 sentries stand there. They are leaning on their pala, their heavy spears. They look tired. They are at the end of their shift, the 4th watch. Their cloaks are heavy with dew. Their helmets are dull in the gray light. One of the sentries sees Quintus approaching. He straightens up slightly. He does not present his weapon. He recognizes Quintus. They are in the same cohort. "Quintus," the sentry grunts. "Valerius," Quintus replies. That is the entire interaction. Quintus walks through the archway. He passes from the civilian world to the military world. The change is instant. Outside in the vicus, the houses were jumbled, the road was uneven, and the smells were chaotic. Inside the fort, everything is a grid. Everything is straight. Everything is ordered. The main road, the Via Praetoria, stretches out before him. It is paved with large, flat stones. They fit together perfectly. There are no puddles here. The engineering ensures that the water drains away into gutters on the side. Quintus's boots strike the stone pavement. Clack, clack, clack. The sound echoes off the walls of the barracks. It is a louder, harder sound than on the dirt. The camp is waking up. To his left and right are the barracks blocks. They are long, low buildings with red tile roofs. Smoke is rising from every chimney. The men are up. He hears the sounds of 8 men in a room, a contubernium. He hears the clatter of armor being put on. Clank, thud. He hears a cough. He hears someone splashing water. He hears a laugh, short and bark-like. But there is no shouting. There is no panic. It is a low hum of activity. It is the sound of 5,000 men getting ready for work. Quintus walks down the center of the road. He feels the familiarity of the place. He knows exactly where he is going. He could walk this path blindfolded. He passes the granaries, the horia. They are huge stone buildings with buttressed walls. The floor is raised on pillars to keep the grain dry and away from rats. The smell of stored wheat hangs in the air near them. It is a dry, dusty smell. He passes the hospital, the valetudinarium. It is quiet. He reaches the intersection of the main roads, the Groma. He turns left. He is heading for his sentry's block. The sky above is brightening. The sun has finally broken the horizon, though it is still hidden behind the distant hills. The light has turned from gray to a pale, cool gold. It touches the red tiles of the roofs. It makes the puddles in the gutters shine. Quintus feels the cold air on his face. His nose is cold. His ears are cold. But under the armor and the wool, his body is generating heat. The walk has warmed his muscles. The stiffness of the morning is gone. He reaches his barrack. It is Block 4, Century 3. He stops at the door of his mess unit. The door is wood, painted red. It is scarred from years of use. He pushes it open. Creak. He steps inside. The room is small. It smells of men, old leather, and porridge. There is a hearth in the center, smaller than the one in his house. A fire is burning there. A pot is bubbling. 7 other men are in the room. They are his messmates, his family within the legion. They are in various stages of dress. One is sitting on his bunk, wrapping his legs with fabric bindings. Another is polishing his helmet with a rag. Another is stirring the pot. They look up as Quintus enters. "You're late," one of them says. It is a joke. He is not late. He is exactly on time. "The mud was deep," Quintus says dryly. He walks to his bunk. Even though he sleeps in the vicus, he has a bunk here. It is his official space. He keeps his shield, his scutum here. He keeps his marching pack, his sarsana here. He unbuckles his belt slightly to let it sit more comfortably. He sits on the edge of the bunk. The atmosphere in the room is easy. These men have marched together for years. They do not need to perform for each other. They are just men preparing for another day of wading, drilling, and cleaning. "Porridge?" the man at the fire asks. "I ate," Quintus says. "More for us," the man says. He ladles the gray slop into a wooden bowl. Quintus watches them. He watches the steam rise from the bowls. He watches the dust motes dancing in the shaft of sunlight coming through the small window. He leans back against the wall. The rough plaster feels cool through his tunic. He is here, he has arrived. The commute is over. Now the waiting begins. The centurion will come soon. There will be roll call. There will be assignments. But for now there is just the room, the fire, the smell of leather, the sound of spoons scraping on wood, scrape, scrape, scrape. It is boring, it is repetitive. Outside, the fort is fully awake. The noise level has risen to a steady drone. A blacksmith's hammer hits an anvil somewhere in the workshops. Clang, clang, clang. The sound rings out clear and rhythmic. It marks time like a slow clock. Quintus closes his eyes for a second. He thinks of the quiet house he left. He thinks of the warm bed. Then he opens his eyes. He is a soldier again. He reaches for a rag and begins to wipe a smudge of mud from his greave. He rubs the metal in small circles. Rub, rub, rub. He focuses on the shine. The sun rises higher. The day has truly begun. The sun has cleared the horizon now. It hangs low in the eastern sky, a pale white disk that provides light but very little warmth. The rays slant across the tiled roofs of the barracks, creating long, geometric shadows that stretch across the paved streets of the fort. Inside the contubernium, the 8 men of the mess unit are standing. The casual atmosphere of the breakfast porridge is gone. The wooden bowls have been wiped clean and stacked. The spoons have been put away. Now it is time for the business of the empire. And the business of the empire is, first and foremost, a list. The door opens, creak. A man enters. He is the optio, the second in command of the century. He carries a staff of office, a long wooden stick with a knob on the end. Tucked under his arm is a tabula, a wooden tablet filled with dark beeswax. In his hand he holds a bronze stylus, a pointed tool for writing. He does not shout. There is no need to shout in a room this small. He looks tired. He too has just woken up. He too would prefer to be back in a warm bed, but he is here. He stands in the center of the room. The men stand by their bunks. They are not at rigid attention, chests puffed out like statues. They are simply standing, respectful and ready. Their armor is on. Their helmets are under their arms. The optio opens the wax tablet. The wood clacks, clack. He looks at the wax. It is covered in scratches, names, numbers, duties. He finds the list for today. Roll call, he says. His voice is flat. It is the voice of a man reading a grocery list. He begins to read the names. Alias, here, a man says from the corner. Valerius, here, says the man next to Quintus. Marcus, here. The optio makes a small mark in the wax next to each name. Scritch. It is a tiny sound like a mouse scratching behind a wall. Scritch. Quintus, here, Quintus says. His voice is low, a rumble in his chest. The optio marks the wax. Scritch. Severus, sick bay, someone answers. The optio pauses. He turns the stylus over and uses the flat end to smooth out the wax where a checkmark would have been. Rub, rub. He writes a new symbol. Sick bay, he mutters. This continues until all 8 names are accounted for. It is a ritual of accountability. The Roman army is a machine, and every morning it checks its gears. Now comes the assignment of duties. This is the moment that determines the texture of the day. Will it be hard labor, digging ditches, cleaning the latrines, or will it be the numbingly boring task of standing still? The optio looks at the bottom of the tablet. Alias Marcus, he reads. Oven repair. The bricks in bakery 3 are loose. Alias nods. It is a warm job, he is pleased. Valerius Titus, the optio continues. Wall patrol north rampart. Valerius sighs softly. It will be windy up there. Quintus, the optio says. He looks up. Granary guard the main horium south entrance. Quintus nods. Guard duty. It is the definition of doing nothing. It requires no heavy lifting. It requires no digging. It simply requires presence. It is a good duty for a tired man. It is a boring duty. Dismissed, the optio says. He snaps the tablet shut. Snap. He turns and leaves the room. The door closes, thud. The men relax instantly. They pick up their helmets. They pick up their shields, the large, rectangular scuda. The shields are heavy, made of plywood layers covered in linen and leather, with a heavy iron boss in the center. Quintus lifts his shield. He slides his left arm through the strap. He grips the handle. The weight pulls on his shoulder, balancing the weight of the armor. He walks out of the barracks room. He steps into the sunlight. It is brighter now. The stone pavement of the street is dry in patches, though damp in the shadows. He adjusts his helmet, placing it on his head. The metal cheek guards slide into place. The world is now framed in iron. His vision is narrowed. He can see forward, but his peripheral vision is blocked. It creates a tunnel of focus. He begins to walk toward the granary. The fort is bustling now. Carts are moving. A wagon filled with firewood rolls past. The iron rims of the wheels grind against the stone. Grind, crunch, rumble. The driver flicks the reins. The oxen plod forward, heads down. Clop, clop, clop. Quintus walks past a group of soldiers who are heading to the bathhouse to clean the furnaces. They are carrying buckets and shovels. They are talking about a dice game from the night before. Their voices are a low murmur. Quintus turns a corner. Ahead of him lies the horium, the granary. It is a massive building, one of the most important in the fort. It holds the grain that feeds 5,000 men. It is built like a fortress within a fortress. The walls are thick stone, supported by heavy buttresses that stick out like ribs. There are no windows at ground level, only narrow slits high up near the roof to let in air but keep out rain and birds. The floor of the granary is raised on small stone pillars. You can see the gap underneath the building. This allows air to circulate under the floor, keeping the grain cool and dry. Quintus walks to the south entrance. There is a large wooden door, heavily reinforced with iron bands. It is locked. His duty is simple. Stand in front of this door. Make sure no one who isn't authorized touches it. He arrives at his post. He leans his shield against the stone wall. He checks his surroundings. To his left, a stone wall. To his right, a stone buttress. In front of him, the empty street. Behind him, the door. He takes his position. He plants his feet shoulder-width apart. He settles his weight. He rests his hand on the hilt of his sword. and then he stops moving. The guard stance is a specific skill. It involves locking the knees just enough to be stable, but not so much that you faint. It involves relaxing the lower back. It involves turning off the mind. Quintus stares at a stone in the road. It is a gray paving stone, slightly cracked in the corner. He decides that this stone will be his companion for the next 4 hours. Silence. A gentle breeze blows down the alleyway between the buildings. It whistles slightly as it passes the buttress. Woo-wish. It cools the sweat on his neck. Let us leave Quintus here for a moment. He is not going anywhere. He is a statue. Let us drift back to the vicus, back to the house. Helena is awake. The morning routine in the house is just as rigid, just as boring as the routine in the fort. She has eaten her bread. Now she is cleaning. She holds the broom made of birch twigs. She is sweeping the floor. A swish. The twigs scrape against the packed earth. A swish. She moves the dust from the corner toward the hearth. A swish. It is a hypnotic sound. The rhythm is slow. She is not rushing. She watches the dust motes rise into the shaft of sunlight coming from the window. The room is filled with a golden haze of dust. She stops to pick up a small piece of thread from the floor. She examines it. It is red wool from Quintus's tunic. She rolls it into a ball between her fingers and throws it into the fire. It disappears instantly. She continues sweeping. The fire is burning steadily now. The log Quintus added is charred black and glowing red underneath. The heat radiates out, warming her legs as she passes. She reaches the door. She sweeps the dust over the threshold and out into the street. Swish out. She stands in the doorway for a moment. She looks toward the fort. She cannot see Quintus. She cannot see the granary, but she knows he is there. She knows he is standing. She leans against the door frame. The wood is warm from the sun. She crosses her arms. A neighbor walks by. It is an older woman carrying a basket of laundry. "Good morning," the woman says. "Good morning," Helena replies. "Fine day for drying," the woman observes. "It is," Helena agrees. The woman walks on. The conversation was purely functional. It acknowledged existence. It required no emotional energy. Helena turns back inside. There is more to do. There is always more to do. The lentils must be sorted. The water must be fetched. The tunic must be mended. She sits at the table. She pours a pile of dried lentils onto the wood. They make a soft, scattering sound. Shh clatter. She begins to pick through them. She looks for small stones or bits of grit that might break a tooth. Her fingers move quickly. Pick, slide, pick, slide. This is her guard duty, guarding the meal against stones. Back at the fort, an hour has passed. Quintus has not moved. The shadow of the buttress has moved, however. It has crept 2 inches across the pavement. This is the only clock Quintus needs. He is bored. His boredom is a profound, deep ocean. He is not frustrated by it. He accepts it. He floats in it. He watches a fly land on his shield. The fly is iridescent green. It walks across the red painted leather. It stops. It rubs its front legs together. It tastes the leather. It finds nothing. It flies away. Bzzzt. Quintus watches it go. He shifts his weight from his left foot to his right foot. The armor clinks softly. Clink. The leather straps creak. Creak. He takes a deep breath. The air near the granary smells of toasted wheat. It is a dry, wholesome smell. It reminds him of harvest fields in the summer. He looks at the paving stone again, the cracked one. He wonders how it cracked. Did a wagon drop a heavy load? Did the frost split it? It doesn't matter, it is just a crack. A centurion walks past at the end of the street. He is checking the posts. He glances down the alley. He sees Quintus standing there. He sees the posture is correct. He sees the helmet is straight. He nods once. Quintus does not wave. He stares straight ahead. The centurion moves on. The inspection is passed. The duty is being fulfilled. Quintus closes his eyes for 2 seconds, just a slow blink. The darkness is a relief from the glare of the sun on the stone. He opens them. The stone is still there. He hears the distant sound of drilling on the parade ground. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic pounding of feet. A shouted order. Dexter. Right. Sinister. Left. He is glad he is not there. Drilling is hot work. Drilling involves shouting. Here, in the shadow of the granary, there is only the wind and the grain. He thinks about his feet. The soles of his feet are warm now. The friction of the walk and the warmth of the day have penetrated the boots. It is a comfortable feeling. He thinks about the evening. He thinks about the fire. He thinks about sitting on the stool. But the evening is far away. There are many hours of standing between now and then. He counts the stones in the wall opposite him. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. The stones are rough-hewn limestone. They are gray and white. Some have moss growing in the cracks, green moss on gray stone. It is a simple color palette. The wind picks up slightly. It rattles a loose tile on the roof of the granary. Clack, clack. Quintus listens to it. He waits for it to happen again. Pause. Clack, clack. There it is, the rhythm of the wind. He settles deeper into his stance. He relaxes his shoulders. The armor hangs heavy, but he is strong. He is used to the weight. It is part of his body now. The world slows down. There is no war today. There is no emergency. There is only the preservation of the grain supply. If you are listening, imagine the feeling of standing perfectly still, the feeling of being a vertical object in a horizontal world, the feeling of doing absolutely nothing and doing it correctly. Your breathing slows down. Inhale, exhale. You are guarding the quiet. The sun creeps higher. The shadow moves another inch. The lentils slide across the table. Slide, slide. The dust motes spin. The empire endures, 1 boring second at a time. The sun has continued its relentless climb. We have now reached the Merides, the middle of the day. The 6th hour. The shadows, which earlier stretched long across the paving stones, have retreated. They have shrunk until they are hiding directly beneath the objects that cast them. The world is illuminated in a stark, vertical light. There is no mystery in this light. It reveals everything. It reveals the cracks in the mortar of the granary wall. It reveals the scratch on Quintus's helmet. It reveals the dryness of the dust in the road. If you are listening, imagine the weight of the sun. It is a physical pressure. It pushes down on the roofs, on the walls, on the shoulders of the men. It brings with it a silence that is different from the silence of the night. The night silence is empty. The midday silence is heavy. It is a silence caused by the suspension of effort. It is too hot to move quickly. Quintus is still at his post. He has been standing for hours. His feet are warm inside his boots. The stone beneath him has absorbed the solar radiation and is feeding it back up through his soles. He can feel the heat radiating from the wall behind him. He is sandwiched between the heat of the stone and the heat of the air. He does not complain. He does not fidget. He enters a state of endurance. A bead of sweat forms on his forehead just under the rim of his helmet. It gathers there, held by the surface tension of the skin. Then it becomes too heavy. It rolls down. It tracks through the dust on his temple. It runs down his cheek. It tickles slightly. Tickle. Quintus does not wipe it away. To move his hand would require energy. To lift his arm would shift his armor, so he lets it fall. The droplet reaches his jaw, hangs for a second, and drops onto his red tunic. It leaves a tiny dark spot on the wool. The spot dries in minutes. He is thirsty. Hanging from his belt is a flask made of leather lined with beeswax. It contains pasca, a mixture of water and sour wine or vinegar. It is the drink of the legion. It is not delicious. It is functional. It kills bacteria and quenches thirst. Quintus decides it is time to drink. He moves his right hand slowly. He unhooks the flask. The leather is warm to the touch. He pulls the wooden stopper out. Pop! A faint smell of vinegar drifts up. He lifts the flask to his lips. He tilts his head back. The metal of his helmet clinks against the back of his neck armor. Clink. He takes a sip. The liquid is tepid. It is sour and sharp. It washes away the dust in his throat. He swallows, gulp. He takes another sip. Then he lowers the flask. He pushes the stopper back in. Twist. Push. He hooks it back onto his belt. The movement is over. He returns to stillness. To his left, on the sun-baked wall of the granary, a lizard has appeared. It is a small, brown wall lizard. It sits perfectly still on the vertical stone. Its skin is the same color as the mortar. It is basking. It absorbs the heat with absolute efficiency. Quintus watches the lizard. The lizard watches nothing. It just exists. Its throat pulses rapidly. Pulse, pulse, pulse. That is the only movement in the entire alleyway. The lizard and the soldier, both waiting, both warm, both silent. Let us leave the blinding light of the fort for a moment and drift back to the vicus. The civilian town has slowed down. The morning rush is over. The midday meal, the prandium, is approaching. Helena has finished with the lentils. She is now feeling the heat of the day in the house. The thatched roof is good insulation, keeping the worst of the sun out, but the air inside is becoming stuffy. The fire in the hearth has burned down to a low bed of coals, which she has banked again to reduce the heat. She decides to fetch water. The pitcher is empty. She picks up a large earthenware jar, an amphora with 2 handles. It is heavy, made of thick, fired clay. It is rough against her palms. She walks to the door and steps out into the street. The brightness is sudden. She squints. The white glare of the sun on the dusty road is intense. She pulls a fold of her tunic over her head to shield her hair. She walks toward the village well. The street is almost empty. A dog lies in the shadow of a cart, panting. Ha 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 ha. Its tongue lolls out, pink and wet. It does not look up as she passes. It is conserving every ounce of energy. The heat creates a visual distortion above the road. The air shimmers. It looks like water, but it is just hot air rising. Helena reaches the well. It is a circular stone wall, waist-high, topped with a wooden frame and a winch. She sets her jar down on the ground. Thud. She picks up the wooden bucket attached to the rope. She drops it into the dark hole of the well. Drop. Silence for 2 seconds as it falls. A splash. The sound echoes up from the deep. It is a cool, wet sound. She grips the handle of the winch. The wood is polished smooth by thousands of hands. She begins to turn it. Kriyak. The handle turns. The rope tightens. The bucket is heavy with water. Kriyak. She winds it up. It is slow work. Her shoulders feel the strain. The sun beats down on her back. Kriyak. Finally, the bucket appears at the rim. It is dripping. The water inside is dark and clear. It ripples, reflecting the circle of the sky above. She grabs the bucket and hauls it onto the stone ledge. Water sloshes over the side. Splosh. It hits the hot dust around the well and turns it to dark mud instantly. She lifts the bucket and pours the water into her jar. The sound of pouring water is loud and refreshing. Gurgle, glug glug, the jar fills up. She lowers the bucket back down but doesn't drop it. She leaves it hanging. She picks up the jar. It is very heavy now, full of water. She lifts it to her hip, balancing the weight. She begins the walk back. The return journey is harder. Her steps are slower. The dust sticks to her sandals. She passes the bakery again. The shutters are half closed now to keep the heat out. The smell of bread is strong and finished. The baking is done. She reaches her house. She pushes the door open with her shoulder. She steps inside. The drop in temperature is immediate. The interior feels like a cave. It is dark and cool compared to the street. She breathes out a sigh of relief. She places the jar on the table. Clunk. She pours a cup for herself. She drinks. The water is from deep underground, so it is still cool. It tastes of stone and minerals. It is the best thing she has tasted all day. She sits on the stool. She wipes her forehead with her sleeve. She rests. Back at the fort, the routine of the camp shifts for the prandium. Drilling stops. The shouting on the parade ground ceases. The hammers in the workshop go silent. It is the midday lull. Quintus does not get to leave his post. He must eat while standing. He reaches into the pouch on his belt. He pulls out a piece of hard cheese and a strip of dried meat. This is his lunch. He breaks off a piece of cheese. It is salty and dry. He chews it slowly. He looks at the lizard. The lizard is still there. He eats the meat. It is tough. It requires a lot of chewing. This is good. It passes the time. Down the street, a group of soldiers sits in the shade of a colonnade. They are eating bread and talking quietly. Their voices carry in the still air. Hot, one says. Very hot, another agrees. That is the extent of the conversation. The heat strips away the need for complex thoughts. A wagon rolls by, carrying empty barrels. The driver is slumped over the reins, half asleep. The oxen move automatically. They know the way to the gate. Quintus shifts his weight again. His feet are starting to ache. Not a sharp pain, just a dull, throbbing ache that comes from standing on stone for 4 hours. He flexes his toes inside the boots. He locks his knees, then unlocks them. He looks up at the sky. It is a solid, pale blue sheet. There are no clouds, not even a wisp. The sun is a tyrant today. He listens to the sounds of the meridiatio, the siesta. The buzzing has started. Cicadas. They are in the trees outside the walls and perhaps in the gardens of the officers' houses. They begin their song. It is a monotonous, electric drone. It rises and falls in waves. This is this is this this is this is this is this this is this is this is this is this is so. It is a sound that induces sleep. It vibrates in the air. It masks all other small sounds. Quintus stares at the grain of the wood on the granary door. He picks a single knot in the wood. It looks like an eye. He stares at it. He counts his breaths. Inhale 1, exhale 2, inhale 3, exhale 4. He gets to 50, then he loses count. He starts again. The shadow of the buttress has moved another 2 inches. Time is passing, but it is dragging its heels. He feels a small itch on his nose. He cannot scratch it easily. He twitches his nose, twitch. The itch stays. He blows air up from his lower lip. PFFFT. The air hits his nose. The itch subsides slightly. Victory. The heat haze at the end of the alleyway distorts the shape of a passing soldier. He looks like a wavy reflection in water. Quintus closes his eyes for a long blink, 5 seconds. Inside the darkness of his eyelids, he sees the afterimage of the bright street, a purple and green blotch that slowly fades. He opens his eyes. The street is the same, the lizard is the same, the heat is the same. He takes another sip of Pascha, glug. It is warm now. The flask has heated up. He thinks about the evening. He thinks about taking off the armor. He thinks about the feeling of the cool earth floor on his bare feet. It is a distant promise, like a mirage. But for now, there is only the standing. The gravity of the earth pulls him down. The stone pushes him up. He is caught in the middle, a soldier of Rome, guarding a door that no one wants to open. Helena, in her cool house, picks up her sewing again. She is mending the tunic Quintus will wear tomorrow. Stitch, pull, stitch, pull. The needle flashes in the dim light. The world turns. The sun begins its very slow descent past the zenith. The peak of the heat has been reached, but it will not break for hours. We remain here, in the glare, in the dust, in the boring, endless noon. The sun has begun its descent. We have passed the zenith and are drifting into the long, stretching hours of the afternoon. The Romans called this the pomeridianus. The light has lost its harsh, bleaching whiteness and is beginning to soften, turning a rich, heavy gold. If you are listening, you can feel the day settling. The frantic energy of the morning, if there ever was any, has completely evaporated. The world is moving like molasses. It is thick, warm, and slow. Quintus is still standing at the granary door. He has been there for 6 hours. His shadow, which at noon was a puddle beneath his boots, has now grown. It stretches out to his left, reaching across the alleyway, climbing up the stone wall opposite him. It is a distorted, elongated shadow of a soldier. The head of the shadow is bent against the wall. His body has entered a state of numbness. The ache in his feet has become a constant background noise, something he no longer actively notices. His knees are locked and unlocked in a slow rhythm every few minutes to keep the blood flowing. Lock, wait, unlock. The heat of the day has baked into the stone of the granary. If he touches the wall with the back of his hand, it feels like a warm loaf of bread. The stone is releasing the energy it stored all day. He is sweating, but the sweat dries almost instantly in the hot air. It leaves a faint, salty residue on his skin. His tunic sticks to his back under the armor. It is uncomfortable, but it is a familiar discomfort. It is the feeling of the job. Let us move our focus to the ground near his feet. There is a small ant. It is a red ant. It is navigating the terrain of the cobblestones. It climbs over a pebble. To the ant, the pebble is a boulder. It goes around a piece of straw. It stops to investigate a crumb of cheese dropped during lunch. It picks up the crumb. It turns around. It begins the journey back to its nest. Quintus watches the ant. He tracks its progress. It moves 6 inches in a minute. It is the most interesting thing that has happened in the last hour. The camp is quieter now. The afternoon work detail is tired. The shouting has stopped. The hammers in the smithy are slower. Clang. Pause. Clang. The rhythm has dropped. Even the Empire gets tired. Quintus looks down the street. He is waiting for one thing. He is waiting for the relief. He knows the time by the sun. It is the 9th hour. The shift change is approaching. He shifts his shield. The leather strap has dug a groove into his shoulder. He lifts the shield an inch, lets the blood return to the muscle, and sets it down again. Thumping. The sound is dull. Let us leave him waiting for a moment longer. Let us float back to the vicus. The house is warm. The sun has hit the western wall, heating the mud and timber. Inside, the air is thick and drowsy. Helena is working. She is preparing the flour for the evening meal. She sits on the floor, legs to the side. In front of her is a rotary quern. It is a simple machine made of 2 heavy circular stones. The bottom stone is stationary. The top stone has a handle and a hole in the center. She pours a handful of grain, spelt into the hole. The kernels rattle against the stone. Chh rattle. She grips the wooden handle. She begins to turn. Grind. The sound is deep and gravelly. Stone rubbing against stone, crushing the hard grain between them. Grind, scrape, grind, scrape. It is a circular motion. Her arm moves in a steady rhythm, round and round. This is the sound of survival. Before there can be bread, there must be flour. Before there is flour, there must be the grind. She does not think about the movement. Her body knows the motion. She watches the flour spill out from the gap between the stones. It forms a small, white ring around the base of the quern. It is soft and powdery. Grind. A fly buzzes near her face. She blows it away without stopping the rhythm. Pfff. The fly leaves. The room is filled with the smell of crushed grain. It is a raw, earthy scent. Sunlight streams through the open door. It catches the dust of the flour in the air. The room is hazy with white powder. It settles on Helena's hair. It settles on her eyelashes. She looks like a statue dusting itself. She stops turning. The silence rushes back in. She uses a small brush to sweep the flour into a wooden bowl. Swish, swish. She pours more grain into the hole. Chh rattle. She begins again. Grind, scrape. It is mesmerizing, it is boring, it is essential. Back at the fort, the relief has appeared. Quintus sees him coming down the alley. It is Titus. He is walking slowly, carrying his shield. He looks fresh, or at least fresher than Quintus. He has probably been sleeping or playing dice in the barracks. Titus approaches. His boots crunch on the gravel. He stops in front of Quintus. They look at each other. There is no salute. They are equals. Anything? Titus asks. He leans on his spear. Nothing, Quintus replies. The lizard moved. Titus looks at the wall. The lizard is gone. Exciting, Titus says. Quintus unhooks his shield from his arm. He stretches his shoulder. He rotates his arm. Click. His joint pops. The centurion checked at the 4th hour, Quintus adds. He looked happy. Good, Titus says. Titus steps into the spot where Quintus was standing. He places his feet in the exact same position. He adopts the guard stance. He settles his weight. The transfer of power is complete. The granary is now Titus's problem. Quintus nods. Have a good watch. Sleep well, Titus says. Quintus turns. He begins the walk back. The walk away from duty is always lighter than the walk toward it. His legs are stiff, but his mind is releasing the tension. The tunnel vision opens up. He walks down the Via Praetoria. He is heading for the gate. The sun is directly in his eyes now. It is low and blinding. He has to squint. He lowers his head, letting the rim of his helmet shield his face. He passes a group of soldiers cleaning a cart. They are washing the wheels with buckets of water. The water turns the dust into mud. One soldier is scrubbing the rim with a brush. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Quintus walks through the gate. He nods to the sentries. They nod back. He crosses the bridge over the ditch. The grass in the ditch is long and golden in the afternoon light. It waves gently in the breeze. He is back on the gravel road. The sound of his boots changes. Crunch, crack. He is leaving the grid. He is returning to the organic chaos of the village. The vicus is waking up for the evening. The heat is starting to break, just a fraction. People are coming out of their houses. He sees a merchant rolling up a canvas awning. The canvas flaps in the wind. Flap, flap. The merchant ties it with a rope. He sees a child playing in the dirt with a stick. The child is drawing a circle. Quintus walks past the bakery. The smell of bread is faint now, replaced by the smell of evening fires being lit. He is tired. It is a good kind of tired. It is the tiredness of a day used up. He reaches his house. The wattle and daub walls are glowing orange in the sunset. The thatch roof looks warm. He pushes the door open. Creak. He steps inside. The sound of the grinding stone stops. Helena looks up from the floor. Her hands are white with flour. There is a smudge of white on her cheek. You are back, she says. I am back, Quintus says. He closes the door. The bright golden light is shut out. The room is dim and cool. He stands there for a moment, letting his eyes adjust. He breathes in the smell of the flour and the old smoke. He walks to the wooden chest. He begins the process of dismantling the soldier. First the shield. He leans it against the wall, thump. Next the helmet. He undoes the chin strap. He pulls the metal casing off his head. Release. His hair is matted with sweat. He runs his hand through it. He feels the cool air on his scalp. It is a feeling of immense relief. He places the helmet on the chest. Next the belt, the heavy cingulum. He unbuckles it. The apron of metal studs collapses with a jingle. Jingle clatter. He lays it down. Now the armor, the larica. He unties the laces. His fingers are clumsy with fatigue. He works the knots loose. The plates expand. He shrugs the heavy iron off his shoulders. He holds it for a second, the weight of Rome. Then he puts it down. Clank. He is light. He feels as if he could float. He is wearing only his red tunic and the padded subarmales. He takes off the padding. Now he is just a man in a red tunic. He rolls his shoulders. He stretches his neck. Crack. He walks to the stool by the fire. He sits down. Creak. He leans forward and puts his elbows on his knees. He stares at the floor. Water, Helena asks. Please, he says. She stands up. She wipes her floury hands on her apron. She pours a cup of water from the jar she filled earlier. She hands it to him. He drinks. It is cool and smooth. He drains the cup. "Thank you," he says. He hands the cup back. He looks at her. She looks at him. "The flour is done?" he asks. "Almost," she says. "Enough for the bread." "Good." He looks at his boots. The leather is covered in the dust of the fort and the mud of the morning. "I will take them off," he says. But he doesn't move. He just looks at them. The inertia of the evening has set in. Outside, the sun is touching the tops of the hills. The shadows are merging into one large blanket of twilight. The cicadas are singing their final chorus of the day. Inside, it is quiet. The day is almost done. The standing is over. The walking is over. Now there is only the sitting and the waiting for the night. If you are listening, feel the relief of sitting down after a long day. Feel the weight lifting from your shoulders. Feel the coolness of the room. You are home. You are safe. The grinding stone sits silent on the floor. The white ring of flour waits. Everything is still. The light in the room is changing again. The bright, sharp beams of the afternoon sun have retracted. The golden glow on the wall has faded, sliding upward toward the ceiling until it vanished into the thatch. Now, the room is filled with a soft, uniform twilight. It is the color of a bruised plum, purple and gray shadows mixing together in the corners. Quintus is still sitting on the low wooden stool. He has not moved since he sat down. His elbows rest on his knees. His hands hang loosely between his legs. He is staring at a small pebble embedded in the dirt floor. He breathes in slowly. Inhale, he breathes out slowly. Exhale. The breath is a signal. It tells his body that the standing is over. It tells his muscles that they can stop holding him up against gravity. He looks at his feet. The heavy military boots, the caligy, are still on. They are caked in dried mud. The leather straps are tight against his ankles. His feet feel swollen inside them. They are hot and heavy. "The boots," he whispers to himself. He reaches down. His hand finds the knot of the leather thong on his left ankle. The leather is stiff with sweat and dust. It resists his fingers. He picks at the knot. Pick. It loosens. He pulls the strap. The tension releases. He unwinds the long leather lace from around his shin. Round. It falls away like a shedding skin. He grabs the heel of the boot. He pulls. Squelch. The boot slides off. The feeling of the cool air hitting his foot is intense. It is a wave of relief that travels up his leg. He wiggles his toes. They are pale and marked with the indentations of the straps. He places his bare foot on the earth floor. The floor is cool. It is solid. It feels like silk compared to the rough leather. He repeats the process with the right boot. Pick the knot, unwind the lace, pull the heel. Squelch. Both boots are off. He places them side by side near the wall. They look like empty shells. He will not put them on again until the morning. They are yesterday's problem. He leans back against the wall behind the stool. He closes his eyes. He is floating in the sensation of having bare feet. It is a simple pleasure, but after 10 hours of standing, it is a profound one. Across the room, Helena is moving. The sound of the grinding stone has stopped, replaced by a softer sound. She is making the dough. She has poured the flour into a wooden bowl. She adds a pinch of salt from a small ceramic pot. She adds a cup of water. She puts her hands into the bowl. A squishy. She mixes the water and the flour. Her fingers move through the mixture. It is sticky and wet. It clings to her skin. A squishy slap. She scrapes the sides of the bowl. She gathers the flour into a ball. It is shaggy and uneven. She tips the ball out onto the table. The table has been dusted with more flour. She begins to knead. This is a rhythmic action. It is the heartbeat of the kitchen. She pushes the heel of her hand into the dough. Push. She folds the dough over. Fold. She turns it. Turn. Push, fold, turn. Push, fold, turn. The sound is soft and dull. Thump, swish, thump. Quintus opens his eyes halfway. He watches her back. He watches the movement of her shoulders. It is a steady, rocking motion. She is not rushing. The bread cannot be rushed. The gluten needs to stretch. The dough needs to become smooth. He listens to the sound. It is hypnotic. It is better than music. It is the sound of home. The room is getting darker. The purple twilight is deepening into a true dusk. The corners of the room are disappearing into blackness. Helena's figure is becoming a silhouette against the pale gray of the open door. "It is getting dark," she says, without stopping the kneading. "The lamp," Quintus murmurs. "Yes." She finishes kneading. She pats the round ball of dough. It is smooth now, elastic and pale. She places it back in the bowl. She covers the bowl with a damp cloth. The dough needs to rest. It needs to rise. She wipes her hands on her apron. She walks to the shelf where the oil lamp sits. She picks up the lamp. It is the same terracotta lamp from the night before. It is shaped like a teardrop. She shakes it gently. The oil sloshes inside. It is half full. She brings it to the hearth. The fire is low, but there is still flame. She picks up a thin splinter of wood, a spill. She touches the spill to the fire. It catches. A small yellow flame blooms on the end of the wood. She carries the burning spill to the lamp. She touches the flame to the blackened wick. FZZZT. The wick catches. The flame jumps onto the oil. It stabilizes. A warm, yellow pool of light expands outward from the lamp. It pushes back the shadows. It illuminates her face. It illuminates the table. It illuminates Quintus's bare feet. She places the lamp on the table. The atmosphere of the room changes instantly. The natural light of the day is gone. Now they are living in the artificial light of the evening. It is a smaller world. The light only reaches a few feet. Beyond that circle, everything is mystery and shadow. Quintus watches the flame. It is perfectly still. There is no draft in the room now. The flame stands straight up, a tiny spear of fire. The wind has died, he observes. It is quiet tonight, Helena agrees. She sits down on her own stool opposite him. She is tired too. The grinding, the water fetching, the kneading, it is hard work. Her hands rest in her lap. They sit together in the circle of light. Outside, the vicus is settling down. The noises of the day are fading. The carts have stopped rolling. The shouting has stopped. Now there are only the sounds of the evening. A dog barks, but it is a lazy bark. Woof, woof. A cricket begins to chirp near the door. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It is the changing of the guard for the insects. The flies of the day are sleeping. The crickets of the night are waking up. Quintus looks at his hands. They are stained with the dust of the fort. He rubs his thumb against his fingers. "I need to wash," he says. "The basin is there," Helena says. He nods, but he does not move. The inertia is still strong. He is comfortable on the stool. The fire is warming his left side. The lamp is warming the room. He decides to wait 5 more minutes. He looks at the bowl covered with the cloth. He imagines the yeast working inside. Tiny, invisible bubbles forming in the dough, pushing it up, making it light. It is a slow biological process. Rise, expand, wait. He thinks about the sentries on the wall of the fort. Titus is up there now. He is probably cold. The sun has gone and the stone is losing its heat. Quintus feels a moment of gratitude that he is not on the wall. He is here. He leans his head back against the wall again. The wattle and daub is rough against his scalp. It scratches slightly. It feels real. The smell of the room is complex. It smells of the unlit olive oil. It smells of the rising dough. It smells of the sweat drying on his tunic. It smells of the wood smoke. It is a thick, heavy scent. It fills the lungs and slows the heart. Helena picks up a small piece of wood and tosses it onto the fire. A clatter. The sparks fly up. They swirl into the chimney and vanish. Did the merchant come? Quintus asks. He came, Helena says. The price of oil is up. It is always up. He said the shipment from Spain was late. Spain is far away, Quintus says. That is the extent of the news. The price of oil, the distance of Spain. It is not exciting news. It does not change their lives. They will buy the oil anyway. They need the light. The conversation dies. Quintus closes his eyes again. He listens to the cricket. Chirp, chirp. He tries to synchronize his breathing with the cricket. Inhale, chirp, exhale, chirp. It is a soothing game. The lamp flickers once. A moth has flown into the room. It circles the flame. It is drawn to the light. It flutters its dusty wings. Flap, flap, flap. It bumps into the clay of the lamp. Tick. Helena watches the moth. She does not swat it. She is too tired to kill a moth. She lets it be. The moth flies away into the darkness of the ceiling. The room feels timeless. This scene, a man and a woman sitting by a fire after a day of work, has happened for thousands of years. It will happen for thousands more. It is the foundational unit of history. The boring, quiet evening. There are no emperors here. There are no generals. There is only Quintus and Helena. The dough rises. The oil burns. The feet rest. Quintus feels his eyelids getting heavy. The transition from tired from work to ready for sleep has begun. It is a slow slide. He yawns. It is a wide, jaw-cracking yawn. He covers his mouth with his hand. Hungry? Helena asks. A little, he says, but mostly tired. We will eat soon, she promises. Soon, he agrees. But for now, they just sit. They watch the fire. They watch the lamp. They exist in the golden bubble of the evening. The shadows on the wall are long and still. They look like giants watching over them. The peace is absolute. The room has fully surrendered to the night now. The only light remaining is the warm, amber sphere cast by the oil lamp on the table and the lower, redder glow from the hearth. The corners of the room are lost in deep shadow, making the space feel small and enclosed. It is a private world, separated from the empire by walls of mud and timber. Quintus finally moves from his stool. The inertia of the evening has been broken by the need to clean the day from his skin. He stands up slowly. His bare feet make no sound on the packed earth floor. He walks to the wooden stand that holds the wash basin. The water in the basin has been sitting there since the afternoon. It is tepid now. The surface is perfectly still, reflecting a tiny, distorted image of the oil lamp's flame. Quintus dips his hands into the water. Splash. The sound is gentle. He wets his face. He rubs the back of his neck, where the leather straps of the helmet have left red marks and a layer of grime. He scrubs his forearms, washing away the dust of the granary wall. The water in the basin turns cloudy, taking on the color of the earth. He reaches for the linen towel. It is rough and dry. He dries his face. He dries his arms. The friction of the cloth wakes up his skin, leaving it tingling and clean. He feels lighter. The layer of the soldier is gone. Now only the man remains. He returns to his stool and sits. He feels fresh. He watches Helena. She is at the table. The dough has rested. It has not risen high like a modern loaf. It is a denser, flatter dough made of spelt flour. It has softened and relaxed under the damp cloth. She uncovers the bowl. The smell of raw yeast and wet flour drifts up. It is a sour, living smell. She pinches off a piece of dough. She rolls it between her palms. Roll, roll, pat. She flattens it into a disc. It is roughly the size of a hand. She makes another, and another. She walks to the hearth. She uses the iron poker to clear a space on the hot stones, pushing the ash and the embers to the side. The stones underneath are black and intensely hot. She places the flatbreads directly onto the hot stone. A quiet hiss. The moisture in the dough hits the heat. Steam rises instantly. She sits back on her heels and watches them. This is cooking in its most ancient form. There is no oven timer. There is no dial. There is only the look and the smell. Quintus watches too. He watches the edges of the dough begin to lift. He watches the color change from pale gray-white to a light golden brown. Dark spots appear where the dough touches the hottest parts of the stone. These are the blisters of the crust. The smell in the room transforms. The raw, sour smell is replaced by the rich, toasted scent of baking bread. It is a smell that triggers a primal response. It signals safety. It signals that the day's labor has resulted in sustenance. Helena uses a pair of long wooden tongs to flip the bread. Flip. The other side hits the stone. SSSSS. They are cooking fast tonight, she observes softly. The stones are hot, Quintus replies. He is hungry now. The smell has woken his stomach. But it is a patient hunger. He knows the food is coming. Helena waits another minute. She checks the color. It is a deep, nutty brown. She takes the bread off the stones and places it on a wooden platter. She adds a few olives from a jar, wrinkled black olives preserved in brine. She cuts a slice of hard cheese made from sheep's milk. She brings the platter to the table. She places it between them. Eat, she says. They do not say grace. They do not make a toast. They simply reach out. Quintus tears a piece of the warm flatbread. Tear. Steam escapes from the inside of the bread. The crust is crisp. The inside is soft and dense. He dips the bread into a small bowl of olive oil. The oil is green and thick. It soaks into the pores of the bread. He puts it in his mouth. He chews. If you are listening, imagine the slow rhythm of chewing warm bread, the crunch of the crust, the softness of the crumb, the richness of the oil. Chew, chew, chew. It requires effort, Spelt bread is chewy. It is not light and airy, it is substantial. It fills the mouth. He swallows. He feels the warmth travel down to his stomach. He picks up an olive. He puts it in his mouth. He eats the flesh around the stone. It is salty and bitter, a sharp contrast to the bland, sweet bread. He spits the stone into his hand and places it on the table. Click. They eat in silence. This silence is not awkward. It is the silence of two people who are comfortable with each other's presence. There is no need to fill the air with words. The sounds of the meal are enough. Tear dip chew. Helena eats slowly. She breaks her bread into small pieces. She looks at the flame of the lamp while she eats. Her eyes are unfocused. She is resting. The room is warm. The fire is still radiating heat, and now the digestion of the food is adding to their internal warmth. Quintus reaches for the cheese. He breaks off a chunk. It is crumbly. It tastes of salt and dry grass. He eats it with a piece of bread. The textures mix. He takes a drink of water from his cup. Gulp. The water clears his palate. Outside, the wind has picked up again just slightly. It whispers around the eaves of the house. Woo-whoa. It makes the flame of the lamp shudder for a second. The shadows on the wall dance, a quick jitter, then settle back down. Quintus feels a heaviness settling over him. It is the heavy blanket of the food coma. The blood is leaving his muscles and going to his stomach. His eyelids feel thicker. His shoulders drop another inch. He finishes his bread. He wipes the last of the oil from the bowl with the crust. He eats it. The platter is empty, save for a few olive pits and some crumbs. He leans back on the stool. He rests his hands on his stomach. That was good, he says. The flour was fresh, Helena says. It makes a difference. Yes. They sit for a while longer. The meal is over, but they are not ready to move. This is the post-meal lull, the time for digestion, the time for staring at nothing. Quintus watches a small beetle crawling on the floor near his foot. It is a black beetle. It moves slowly, investigating the terrain. It finds a crumb of bread that fell. It stops. It has found a feast. Quintus lets it be. In this moment, he is benevolent. There is enough for everyone. The lamp oil is burning down. The level in the reservoir is lower now. The flame is a little smaller, a little more orange. The circle of light is shrinking, drawing them closer together. Helena stands up. She gathers the olive pits. She throws them into the fire. Hiss. They burn with a small pop. She takes the platter and the bowls. She stacks them. I will clean them in the morning, she says. Leave them, Quintus agrees. The morning is for work. She puts the dishes on the shelf. The clutter of the meal is cleared away. The table is bare again, except for the lamp. She sits back down. The evening has reached its final stage. The work is done. The food is eaten. The cleaning is postponed. There is nothing left to do but wait for sleep. Quintus looks at the fire. The logs have burned down to coals. They are glowing with a steady, pulsing heat. They look like the breathing of the earth. Glows dim, glows dim. He feels a yawn coming. It starts deep in his chest. It expands his ribs. He opens his mouth. Yawn. His eyes water slightly. He rubs them with his knuckles. The watch is long tomorrow, Helena asks. Standard, Quintus says. 4th watch. That is early. It is. He doesn't mind. The 4th watch means he gets to sleep now. He has earned his rest. He looks at his hands. They are clean but rough, calloused, the hands of a soldier. But in the soft light, the scars and the roughness are smoothed out. They look like peaceful hands. The room is so quiet he can hear the wick of the lamp burning. It makes a tiny, microscopic sputtering sound. Sputter. He listens to his own breathing. It has slowed down significantly since he walked in the door. It is the breathing of a man at rest. Inhale, pause, exhale. The air in the room is getting stuffier as the ventilation decreases. It is a cozy, drowsy atmosphere. It makes it hard to keep the eyes open. Helena stretches her arms over her head. Her shadow on the wall stretches with her, reaching up to the roof beams. "I am tired," she states. "Go to bed," Quintus suggests. "Soon," she says, "just a moment more." She too is enjoying the stillness. The moment before bed is precious. It is the moment when you are safe, warm, and fed, and the oblivion of sleep is just a few feet away. Quintus nods. He understands. He stares at the ember that looks like a dragon's eye. He watches it fade. The world outside the house has ceased to exist for him. Rome is a dream. The emperor is a rumor. The only reality is the warmth on his shins and the heaviness in his eyelids. He is bored, beautifully, wonderfully bored. There is no drama, no conflict, no plot twist, just a man, a woman, and a dying fire. The minutes tick by, uncounted, unmeasured. They drift. The oil in the terracotta lamp is almost gone. The reservoir, which was full an hour ago, is now a shallow puddle at the bottom of the clay vessel. The flame senses this. It has shrunk. It is no longer a tall, steady spear of light. It is a small, blue-bottomed bead of fire that clings desperately to the wick. It flickers, flicker, dip, rise. Every time it flickers, the shadows in the room jump. They lunge toward the center of the room, then retreat. It is a slow, rhythmic pulsing of the light. Quintus watches the flame. He knows it is time. The lamp is the clock of the evening. When the oil is done, the day is done. There is no point in wasting fresh oil just to sit in silence. He sighs. It is a deep, resonant sigh that vibrates in his chest. It signals the end of the sitting. "The lamp is dying," he says. "Yes," Helena replies. Her voice is soft, already half asleep. She stands up. Her movement is heavy. Her limbs feel weighted with the day's work. She walks to the hearth. She picks up the small iron shovel again. It is time to bank the fire for the night. This is the most important task of the household. If the fire dies completely, the morning will be cold and difficult. If it is banked correctly, the coals will sleep until dawn. She scoops up the gray ash from the edge of the hearth. It is cool and powdery. She pours it gently over the glowing red center of the fire. As they soft, the ash covers the red light. The glow is muffled. She scoops another shovel. As they soft. Now the fire is just a mound of gray. A tiny wisp of smoke curls up from the top, but there is no light coming from it. The room instantly feels darker. The only light left is the dying lamp on the table. Quintus stands up. Creak. The stool protests one last time. He stretches his back. He feels the stiffness in his lower spine, the legacy of the granary wall. He puts his hands on his hips and leans back. He walks to the sleeping area. He moves past the curtain rod, though the curtain is already pulled back. He stands by the bed. It is a familiar shape in the gloom. The mattress is lumpy, filled with fresh straw from the last harvest. It looks inviting. It looks like a cloud of rest. He begins to undress. He unties the belt of his red tunic. The wool is warm from his body. He pulls the tunic up over his head. For a moment, his face is covered by the fabric. He is in a world of red wool. Then he pulls it free. The air in the room touches his skin. It is not freezing, but it is cool. It raises goosebumps on his arms. Prickle. It is a refreshing feeling after the heat of the armor and the fire. He folds the tunic. He matches the sleeves. He folds it in half. He places it on the bench at the foot of the bed on top of his armor. The red wool covers the gray iron. The soldier is hidden for the night. He is wearing only his linen loincloth now. He is just a man, a pale shape in the dim light. Helena is at the table. She leans over the lamp. She watches the tiny flame for a second. It is struggling. It is consuming the last drops of fuel. She brings her face close to it. Puff! She blows it out. The darkness is instantaneous. It is absolute. For a few seconds, there is an afterimage in their eyes, a floating blue spot where the flame used to be. Then that fades too. Now there is only the black. Dark, Quintus says. Dark, Helena agrees. She navigates the room by memory. She knows exactly where the table leg is. She knows exactly where the bed frame is. She moves slowly, shuffling her feet so she doesn't stub a toe. Shuffle, shuffle. She reaches the bed. She climbs in. The mattress crunches loudly. Crinkle, rustle, crunch. The straw is dry and brittle. Every movement creates a sound. But to them, it is not noise. It is the sound of comfort. It is the sound of the day ending. Quintus climbs in on his side. Creak, the wooden frame groans. Rustle, the straw compresses. He lies back. He lets his head sink into the pillow. The pillow is small and hard, but it supports his neck perfectly. He stares up at where he knows the roof is. He sees nothing. Helena pulls the heavy wool blanket up. She pulls it over her feet. She pulls it over her waist. She pulls it up to her chin. As she settles, shift, wiggle still. They lie there in the dark, side by side, not touching but close enough to feel the radiant heat of the other person. The silence of the house returns. It is heavier now than it was in the morning. It is a tired silence. Quintus listens to his own ears. There is a faint ringing sound, the ghost of the day's noises, the echo of the grinding stone, the echo of the boots on gravel, the echo of the wind. He focuses on relaxing his jaw. He realizes he has been clenching his teeth. He lets his lower jaw drop slightly. His tongue rests on the floor of his mouth. He focuses on his shoulders. He lets them sink into the mattress. He focuses on his feet, the feet that stood for 6 hours. They are throbbing gently, a slow, rhythmic pulse of blood. Throb, throb. It is not painful, it is the feeling of healing. The bread was good, he whispers into the dark. Good, Helena whispers back. That is the final review of the day. The bread was good. The day was successful. Quintus closes his eyes. The darkness behind his eyelids is no different from the darkness in the room, but closing his eyes feels like shutting a door. It shuts out the potential for seeing. It tells the brain, stop looking. He begins to drift. His thoughts become loose and disjointed. He thinks of the lizard on the wall. He sees its green eye. He thinks of the grain falling into the hole of the quern. Rattle. He thinks of the smell of the vinegar drink. These images float by like leaves on a stream. He does not grab them, he lets them pass. The house settles. Tick. A timber in the roof contracts as it cools. Tug. A joint in the wall shifts. These are the sounds of the house sleeping. Outside, the vicus is quiet. The dogs have curled up. The donkeys are asleep in the stable. The Roman Empire has paused its expansion for 8 hours. Quintus feels a wave of warmth spread through his chest. It is the sleep taking hold. It feels like sinking into warm water. He twitches his leg, a small jerk kick. It wakes him up for a second. He grunts. Then he settles deeper. Helena is already breathing deeply. Her breath is a soft shhh sound. Shhh, shhh. Quintus matches his breathing to hers. It is a shared rhythm. The air in the room is growing stale and cozy. It is the air of sleep. He rolls onto his side. The straw crunches again, but softer this time. He curls his knees up. He tucks his hand under his cheek. This is the position of safety. He thinks briefly about tomorrow. The 4th watch. He will have to wake up in the dark. He will have to walk in the cold. But that is tomorrow. That is centuries away. Right now there is only the wool. There is only the straw. There is only the dark. He lets go. His breathing deepens. Helena. The conscious mind flickers like the lamp did. It dips, it rises, it dips again. And then it goes out. Quintus is asleep. The soldier is gone, the husband is gone. There is only the sleeper. The room holds them, the walls protect them, the roof shelters them. The mouse comes out from behind the woodpile. It enters the silent room. It smells the crumbs of the flatbread on the floor. It moves silently across the packed earth. The cycle continues. The night is fully established. It is a solid, immovable block of time. There is nothing to do. There is nothing to see. Rest. Silence. Darkness. Peace. The house is now a vessel of absolute silence. It is the deep middle of the night, the hours the Romans called the nox in tempesta, the unseasonable night, the time when no work can be done, the time that belongs solely to sleep. Quintus and Helena have passed beyond the threshold of drowsiness and are now submerged in the heavy, dreamless ocean of deep rest. Their breathing has synchronized with the settling of the house. It is a slow, tidal rhythm that fills the room and then recedes, over and over again. Inhale, long pause, exhale. If you are listening, visualize the weight of the atmosphere in the room. It is not empty space. It is a thick, comfortable blanket of air that presses gently against everything. It presses against the rough wattle and daub walls. It presses against the cold floor. It presses against the eyelids of the sleepers, keeping them safely closed. Let us focus on the hearth in the center of the room. An hour ago, the stones were radiating a fierce heat. Now that heat is retreating. The physics of the room are changing. The stones are cooling, degree by degree. The ash that Helena piled over the coals acts as an insulator, trapping the core of the fire deep inside. But the surface of the stones is slowly equalizing with the air temperature. If you were to place your hand above the ash, you would feel a gentle, rising warmth. It is no longer a cooking heat. It is a sleeping heat. It is just enough to keep the chill of the night from freezing the water in the pitcher. The smell of the room has settled. The aroma of the baking bread has faded, replaced by the permanent underlying scent of the house, dry earth, old timber, and the faint, sweet smell of the straw mattress. It is a scent of stasis. It is the smell of a pause in time. Quintus lies on his side. His body is heavy. His muscles, which were tight and hard from the standing guard duty, have completely softened. Gravity pulls at them, flattening them against the mattress. His arm hangs over the edge of the bed, his fingers brushing the floor. His hand is relaxed. The fingers are curled inward like the petals of a flower that is closed for the night. The calluses on his palm are rough, but they are resting now. They are not gripping a sword. They are not gripping a shovel. They are touching the cool air. Helena lies on her back. Her head is turned slightly to the left. Her hair spreads out over the linen pillowcase. It looks like a dark river on a white field. She is perfectly still. She does not twitch. She is in the restorative phase of sleep, where the body repairs itself cell by cell. It is a boring, biological miracle. Let us drift away from the bed. Let us float to the corner of the room where the wooden chest sits. The chest is made of oak. It is bound with iron straps. Inside there are layers of fabric winter tunics, spare blankets, linen cloths. They are folded neatly in the dark. They are waiting for the winter, which is months away. They sit in the dark, preserving their warmth. On top of the chest, the helmet sits, the galea. In the darkness, the metal of the helmet is invisible, but it is there. It is cold. The metal has lost all the heat of the sun. It is a hollow shell. The cheek guards hang down. The neck guard flares out. It is a piece of art designed for war, but right now it is just an object. It has no intent. It has no anger. It is just iron. A small spider, the one from the web near the roof, has descended on a single thread. It lands on the helmet. It walks across the smooth metal surface. It finds no purchase. It slips slightly. It moves on. The spider does not know this is a Roman helmet. To the spider, it is just a cold, smooth hill in the landscape of the room. Outside the house, the night world continues its slow rotation. The moon has risen higher. It is a waning crescent, a sliver of silver light in a vast black sky. It casts very little light on the vicus. The shadows are deep and merging. The distinctions between houses, fences, and trees are blurred. The world has become a single dark mass. The wind has shifted. It is now coming from the north, from the hills. It is a cooler wind. It moves through the olive groves outside the village. The leaves of the olive trees turn over. The silver undersides catch the starlight for a fleeting second, then disappear. It is a whisper of movement in a still world. The dust on the road is cold. During the day, it was hot enough to burn bare feet. Now, it is cold enough to numb them. The heat has escaped into the atmosphere, leaving the earth barren of warmth. A stone sits in the middle of the road. It casts a tiny, long shadow in the moonlight. Nothing disturbs it. Let us return to the interior of the house. The silence is broken only by the microscopic sounds of the structure. Creak. A wooden peg in the roof beam shifts. The wood is contracting as the temperature drops. It is a slow, agonizingly slow movement. The peg moves a fraction of a millimeter. The friction creates the sound. Then it stops. It will not move again for hours. Quintus sighs in his sleep. Hooah. It is a sound of release. He is dreaming. His dream is incredibly mundane. In his dream, he is walking along a wall. He is counting stones. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones, gray stone, White stone, cracked stone. There is no enemy in the dream. There is no destination. He is just counting. It is a rhythmic, soothing task. His brain is organizing the visual data of the day, filing away the image of the granary wall. 4 stones, 5 stones. It is the most boring dream possible. It is a lullaby of masonry. Helena does not dream. She is floating in the void. It is a place of total peace. No flower, no water, no fire, just the dark. The blanket over them is a landscape of wool. It rises and falls with their breath. It creates small valleys and hills. The air trapped under the blanket is tropical compared to the room. It is a microclimate of survival. If you are listening, feel the warmth of your own covers. Imagine they are heavy wool, spun by hand, thick and protective. Imagine the cool air of the Roman night pressing against your face, making the warmth of the bed feel even more precious. You are safe in the burrow. The mouse we saw earlier has finished its crumb. It is now grooming itself in the corner behind the amphora. It washes its face with tiny paws. Scrub, scrub. It pauses, it listens. It hears nothing but the breathing. It decides the room is safe. It scampers back to its hole, scritch, scratch. The sound is barely audible, then it is gone. The room is empty of waking life. The concept of the Roman Empire feels very distant here. The laws, the taxes, the borders, the legions, they are all abstract ideas. The reality is this room, this bed, this sleep. In the year 120 AD, sleep was the same as it is now. It was the great equalizer. The Emperor Hadrian sleeps, the general sleeps, the soldier sleeps, the baker sleeps. They all surrender to the same biology. Quintus turns onto his back. The movement is slow and heavy. The straw mattress compresses, crunch, rustle. He flings his arm out. It hits the cold wall, thump. He does not wake. He pulls his arm back under the cover. He mutters something unintelligible. Gra. He settles again. The rhythm of the breathing resumes. Inhale, exhale. Let us look at the table. The oil lamp is dark. The wick is black and carbonized. Beside it, the clay pitcher of water sits. The water inside the pitcher is perfectly still. It has reached equilibrium with the room. It is waiting for the morning thirst. A small drop of condensation runs down the side of the pitcher. It moves slowly. It leaves a wet trail on the porous clay. It reaches the bottom and is absorbed by the wood of the table. This action takes 5 minutes. We could watch it for the whole time. Slide, 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 stop. Everything is happening in slow motion. The darkness seems to have a texture. It is grainy. It is soft. It fills the eyes and rests the mind. If you open your eyes in this room, you see nothing. You only feel the presence of the walls. Outside, far away, a dog barks. Woof. It is a lonely sound. It is not an alarm. It is just a dog announcing that it is awake. Then silence returns. The silence rushes back in to fill the hole the bark made. The air in the room is getting colder as the night deepens toward the third watch. The chill is creeping in under the door. It touches the legs of the stool. It touches the hearth. But the bed is an island. The bed is warm. Helena moves her foot. She seeks the warmth of Quintus's leg. She finds it. She rests her foot there. It is a subconscious act of connection. They are anchored to each other in the dark. The passage of time is marked only by the stars moving overhead. The constellation of Orion is wheeling across the southern sky. The hunter is marching silently. He does not stop. He does not sleep, but he is far away. Here in the mud brick house, there is only stillness. Quintus's chest rises. Quintus's chest falls. It is the engine of the night. The boredom of the scene is its strength. There is nothing to analyze. There is nothing to figure out. There is no plot. There is only the state of being asleep. You can let go of the need for something to happen. Nothing is going to happen. The dust settles on the floor. The wood cools. The breathing continues. Inhale, exhale. The night is long. It is vast. It is a blanket of peace wrapped around the world. Quintus is deep in the count. 20 stones, 21 stones. He is happy in his boring dream. And we are happy watching him. The night has now deepened into a state of permanence. We are deep within the tertia vigilia, the third watch. This is the stretch of time that tests the endurance of the centuries and rewards the sleepers with oblivion. The world feels as though it has stopped turning. The stars seem fixed in the sky, pinned against the black velvet, refusing to rotate. Inside the small house, the atmosphere has become thick and stagnant. The air is not moving. It hangs in the room, heavy with the carbon dioxide exhaled by Quintus and Helena. It is a warm, drowsy air, the kind that makes the eyelids feel like lead weights. Quintus is no longer dreaming of stones. He has sunk below the level of dreams. He is in the biological basement of sleep. His brain waves are slow, rolling swells of electrical silence. His body is a limp weight on the mattress. If you were to lift his arm and drop it, it would fall like a wet rope. Thud. Helena is equally deep. Her breathing has become so quiet that you would need to lean close to hear it. It is a faint whisper of air. H-H-H. H-H-H. Let us leave them in this state of suspended animation for a moment. They are safe. They are not going anywhere. Let us drift out of the house, through the damp wattle walls, and move silently through the sleeping vicus. We are going to visit a place of water and stone. We are going to the village bathhouse. Every Roman settlement, no matter how small, has a bathhouse. It is the heart of the community. During the day, it is a place of noise, splashing, gossip, and steam. But now, at the third hour after midnight, it is a cathedral of silence. We float through the entrance. The door is locked, but we pass through. We enter the apoditerium, the changing room. It is a square room with stone benches lining the walls. Above the benches are rows of small cubbyholes where men put their clothes. The cubbyholes are empty. They look like dark, open mouths. The benches are cold. They are polished smooth by the sitting of thousands of men. In the moonlight filtering through a high window, the stone shines dully. There is a smell here. It is the smell of damp stone, olive oil, and stale sweat. It is not an unpleasant smell. It is the smell of human presence, but without the humans. We move deeper. We enter the tepidarium, the warm room. The floor here is raised on pillars, just like the granary, to allow hot air from the furnace to circulate underneath. But the furnace has been banked for the night. The floor is losing its heat. It is lukewarm. The air is humid. There is a small pool in the corner. The water is motionless. It looks like a sheet of black glass. There is not a single ripple. We drift into the caldarium, the hot room. This is usually the loudest, hottest room. Steam usually fills the air, but now the steam has condensed. The walls are wet. Water droplets cling to the vaulted ceiling. Drip. A drop falls from the ceiling into the empty plunge bath. Plop. The sound echoes plop, plop, plop. The echo bounces off the tiled walls. It takes a long time to fade. In the absolute silence, that single drop sounds like a stone falling into a well. The bath is empty of water drained for cleaning. The drop hits the mosaic floor. The tiles depict a fish. The drop lands on the eye of the fish. We move finally to the frigidarium, the cold room. This room is naturally cold. It has a high domed roof with an oculus, a round opening in the center, open to the sky. A shaft of moonlight comes through the oculus. It acts like a spotlight, illuminating the center of the cold pool. The water here is deep. It is freezing. It comes from the aqueduct or a deep well. It is so still that it looks solid. It reflects the circle of the moon perfectly. If you looked into the water, you would see the moon staring back at you, trembling slightly as the air moves. There is no one here. The ghosts of the day's bathers are gone. There is only the architecture, the arches, the pillars, the tiles. It is a space designed for bodies now empty of them. It feels vast. It feels lonely. It feels peaceful. The silence here is hard. It bounces off the marble surfaces. It is a sharp, crisp silence. Let us leave the baths. Let us float back out into the dirt street. The contrast is immediate. The street is soft. The dust absorbs sound. The air smells of earth, not stone. We drift back to the house of Quintus. We re-enter the room. The air here is soft. It smells of wool and straw. It is a biological silence, not a stone silence. Quintus shifts. He groans. HRRMPH. The sound is muffled by the bedding. He does not wake. He is adjusting his position to relieve pressure on his hip. He rolls onto his back. His mouth falls open slightly. He begins to snore. It is not a loud, jagged snore. It is a soft, rhythmic vibration of the soft palate. SNKSHHH. Pause, SNKSHHH. It is the engine of the room. It provides a tempo for the darkness. Helena does not stir. She is used to this sound. It is a white noise that tells her he is there, he is alive, and he is asleep. On the wall, hanging from a wooden peg, is Quintus's sword belt, the cingulum. The leather apron with its bronze studs hangs down. Let us look at the bronze studs. They are tarnished. They are not polished to a mirror shine. They are working metal. In the dark, they are just small, round bumps on the leather. Gravity pulls on the belt. The leather stretches microscopically. The leather fibers are under tension. Stretching. It is a silent struggle between the leather and gravity. Gravity is winning, pulling everything toward the center of the earth. The sword itself, the gladius, is in its scabbard on the floor near the chest. The blade is encased in wood and leather. It is steel. It is cold. A sword is a tool of violence, but in the night it is neutral. It is just metal. The iron atoms are vibrating slowly. It sleeps in its sheath. The room feels heavy. The darkness presses against the eyes. If you are lying in bed, feel the heaviness of your own limbs. Imagine they are made of lead. They are sinking into the mattress. You could not lift them if you tried, and you do not want to try. The effort of moving is too great. The pleasure of stillness is too deep. Quintus's foot sticks out from under the blanket again. The air touches his ankle. It is cold. His body reacts automatically. He pulls his leg up. He finds the warmth of the nest again. The blanket settles, rustle. The straw compresses, crunch. Then silence returns. The passage of time in the third watch is agonizingly slow if you are awake, but instantaneous if you are asleep. For Quintus, the night is a blink. One moment he was closing his eyes, the next it will be dawn. But for us, the observers, the time stretches out. We watch the dust settle. We watch the embers in the hearth turn from dark red to gray. The heat is almost gone. The stone is winning. The mouse is asleep. The spider is asleep. The fly is asleep. Even the house seems to have stopped settling. The wood has reached its final temperature. The creaking has stopped. There is only the breath. Inhale, exhale. The chest rises. The linen tunic stretches. The chest falls. The linen loosens. It is the tide of life. Outside, the mist has returned. It is thicker than before. It rolls down from the hills, filling the valley. It covers the vicus. The house is now an island in a sea of white fog. If you looked out the window, you would see nothing but gray, swirling vapor. The fog dampens sound even further. The world is wrapped in cotton wool. Inside, the isolation is complete. There is no Rome, there is no history, there is only this room. Quintus's face is relaxed. All the lines of worry are gone. He looks peaceful. He looks like a statue of a sleeper. Helena's hand is resting on the pillow near her face. Her fingers are loose. They are drifting together in the dark current of the night. The boredom is absolute. There is nothing to stimulate the mind. There is no color. There is no light. There is minimal sound. This is the goal, to reach a state of zero input. The mind has nothing to grab onto, so it lets go. It floats. SNKSHHH. The snore continues. Drip. A drop of condensation falls from the roof outside. Silence. The hours pass. The third watch is ending. The fourth watch, the final stretch before dawn, is approaching, but not yet. For now, we are still in the deep, dark heart of the night. The darkness is soft. The bed is warm. The sleep is heavy. We have now entered the final phase of the night, the deepest part of the court of Vigilia. It is that strange, hollow hour between the death of the night and the birth of the morning. It is the time when the darkness feels permanent, as if the sun has forgotten the earth. If you are listening, pull your own covers up a little higher. This is the coldest hour. The earth has been radiating its heat out into the void for 8 long hours. The ground is hard. The stones are freezing. The air is sharp and crystalline. Inside the house of Quintus and Helena, the temperature has dropped significantly. The warmth of the evening fire is a distant memory. The ash in the hearth is now cool to the touch. If you were to dig your hand into the pile, you would have to go very deep to find even a spark of warmth. The fire is sleeping deeply, just like the humans. The air in the room is still. It has a crisp quality to it now. It does not smell of smoke anymore. It smells of the cold itself. Cold has a smell. It smells like clean iron, like wet stone, like emptiness. Quintus and Helena have instinctively moved closer together. In their sleep, their bodies know that survival is a shared task. They are 2 warm islands in a sea of cool air. Quintus is buried under the wool. Only the very top of his head is visible. His hair is cool. His breath creates a small pocket of warmth around his face. The moisture in his breath condenses on the wool of the blanket, leaving tiny, microscopic beads of dew on the fibers. Helena is curled into a ball. Her knees are tucked up against her chest. Her hands are tucked between her knees. This is the fetal position, the the most efficient shape for conserving heat. She is a closed circuit of warmth. Let us look at the objects in the room again. They have changed in the night. The clay pitcher on the table is sweating. The water inside is colder than the air outside, so moisture has gathered on the porous surface. It is slick and wet. The wooden stool stands alone in the darkness. It looks stiff. The wood has contracted in the chill. It feels brittle. If someone were to sit on it now, it would let out a sharp crack. But no one sits on it. It waits in the dark, a silent sentry of the furniture. The floor is the coldest thing in the room. The packed earth has become like a block of ice. It sucks the heat out of the air. It is a hostile surface. To step on it now would be a shock to the system. Let us drift outside, through the cracks in the shutter. The vicus is frozen in a tableau of gray and black. The fog that rolled in earlier has frozen. It is no longer swirling mist. It has settled as a heavy rime frost. Everything is covered in white. The thatched roof of the house is white. Each individual reed is coated in ice crystals. They sparkle faintly in the starlight. The roof looks like it is made of silver. The garden patch is a sculpture garden. The cabbages are frozen solid. Their leaves are stiff and hard. If you tapped one, it would sound like tapping on wood. Thock. They are in a state of suspended animation. They are waiting for the sun to thaw them out. The silence outside is brittle. The sounds of the insects are gone. It is too cold for the crickets. They have burrowed deep into the soil, waiting. There is no wind. The air is frozen in place. We drift toward the Roman fort. The walls loom up, massive and dark. The stone is covered in frost too. The ramparts look slippery and dangerous. The sentries of the fourth watch are suffering. This is the hardest hour of their service. They are wrapped in everything they own: tunics, cloaks, scarves. They stamp their feet, but the cold penetrates the leather of their boots. One sentry stands by the north gate. He does not move. He has learned that moving just circulates the cold air. He stays still, trapping the meager warmth of his body inside his cloak. He stares at the white field beyond the wall. He sees nothing. There are no barbarians. There are no animals. There is only the frost. He breathes out. A plume of white steam escapes his lips. It hangs in the air for a long time, refusing to dissipate. It looks like a ghost leaving his body. Then slowly it fades. He thinks of his bunk. He thinks of the straw mattress. He thinks of the body heat of his messmates. It seems like a paradise compared to the wall. But he stands. He waits. This is the discipline of the legion, to stand in the cold and do nothing. Back in the house, a draft has found a new way in. The cold air outside is heavy, so it pushes against the bottom of the door. There is a small gap where the wood has warped over the years. The air slides through. It is a thin, invisible stream of freezing air. It creeps across the floor like a snake. It moves around the table legs. It moves past the stool. It reaches the bed. It touches the hanging edge of the wool blanket. The blanket acts as a shield. The cold air hits the wool and stops. It pools on the floor. The sleepers are protected. The barrier holds. Quintus shifts in his sleep. He mutters a single word: ice. It is not a complaint. It is just a report from his subconscious. His dreams have turned cold. He is dreaming of walking in snow. In the dream, the snow is soft and silent. It muffles his footsteps. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He likes the dream. It is quiet. Helena sighs. It is a long, shuddering sigh. Hushhh. She is deep in the delta waves. Her mind is completely blank. There is no imagery. There is only the sensation of weight and warmth. The room feels like a cave deep underground. It is separated from the world. Let us look at the spider again. It has retreated to the very corner of the ceiling where the thatch meets the wall. It has tucked its legs in. It looks like a small, dark pebble. It is in torpor. Its metabolism has slowed to almost zero. It is waiting out the iron hour. The darkness is not just black. It feels gray now. Not because of light, but because of the cold. It feels like a fog has filled the room, even though the air is clear. Time behaves strangely in the cold. It seems to freeze. A second lasts longer. A minute stretches out. If you are listening, imagine you are a stone in the wall of the house. You are cold. You are still. You are holding the roof up. You have been there for 20 years. You will be there for 20 more. You do not need to move. You just exist. Feel the stability of the stone. Quintus's breathing is the metronome of the room. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. It is a slow, steady count. The darkness presses against his eyes. It is a soothing pressure. It keeps the world away. On the shelf, the loaf of bread they did not eat sits under a cloth. It is cold now. The crust has hardened. It sits there, a silent promise of breakfast. Next to it, the knife lies on the wood. The blade is steel. It reflects nothing. Everything is waiting. The concept of waiting implies an expectation of something happening. But here, the waiting is passive. It is waiting without expectation. It is simply the state of not doing. The frost on the roof thickens. Another layer of ice crystals forms on the reeds. Snap. A small twig in the thatch snaps from the cold. The sound is sharp, like a tiny whip crack. Quintus does not hear it. He is too deep. Helena does not hear it. She is too warm. The house absorbs the sound. The night feels ancient. It feels as if this darkness has existed since the beginning of time. The daylight is just a temporary interruption of the eternal night. We are comfortable in the dark. We are hidden. We are anonymous. There is no need to be Quintus the soldier. There is no need to be Helena the woman. There are just two mammals hibernating. The blood pumps slowly through their veins. Thump, thump, thump. It carries oxygen. It carries heat. It keeps the machine running at idle speed. The third watch fades into the fourth watch without a signal. The transition is seamless. The cold just gets a little deeper. The silence gets a little heavier. Let us float back to the floor. The dust is cold. The mouse is cold. The air is cold. But under the blanket, it is summer. It is a tropical island of wool. Quintus turns his head. His nose buries into the pillow. He smells the straw. It smells of yellow fields and sunshine. It is a memory of warmth trapped in the dried stalks. He breathes it in, sniff. It comforts him. The night is boring. It is wonderfully, beautifully boring. There is no drama. There is no plot. There is no next step. There is only the continuation of rest. We stay here in the cold room, watching the nothingness. The darkness is a friend. It asks for nothing. A silence. A stillness. Cold. Warmth. The balance is maintained. The wheel of the sky has turned. The stars that watched over the sleeping world, Orion, the Great Bear, the Pleiades, have faded into the western horizon. They are not gone, but they are veiled by the returning light. We have reached the end of the night, but we have not reached the end of the routine. In fact, we have simply arrived back at the beginning. If you are listening, you have traveled through the watches of the night. You have stood guard at the granary. You have ground the flour. You have felt the cold of the frost and the warmth of the wool. Now, as the story closes, you can rest in the knowledge that nothing has changed. The world is exactly as it was, safe, stable, boring. Inside the house, the darkness is dissolving. It is not a dramatic event. It is a slow chemical change in the air. The pitch black turns to charcoal. The charcoal turns to slate. The slate turns to the color of old milk. Quintus opens his eyes. He does not jump up. He does not gasp. He simply transitions from the world of dreams back to the world of the room. He sees the thatch roof. It is the same roof he looked at yesterday. It will be the same roof he looks at tomorrow. He feels the warmth of the bed. It is a profound, heavy warmth that has accumulated over 8 hours. It is hard to leave it. He turns his head. Helena is awake. Her eyes are open, staring at the wall. "The light is here," she whispers. "It is," Quintus whispers back. They lie there for a moment longer. This is the snooze button of the ancient world, the conscious decision to steal 5 more minutes from the empire. Outside, the frost on the roof is beginning to react to the morning air. It does not melt yet. It is too cold, but it loses its sparkle. It becomes dull and gray. The rooster in the vicus crows. Arrevu. It is the same sound as yesterday. It is the same rooster. It is the same message. Wake up. Work waits. Quintus sits up. Rustle. The wool blanket slides down his chest. The cold air of the morning hits his skin. It is a shock, but a familiar one. He swings his legs out of the bed. He puts his feet on the floor. Thump, thump. The floor is freezing. It sends a signal up his spine. Awake. He stands up. He walks to the hearth. We have seen this before. We saw it in part 9. It is the exact same scene. He kneels. He finds the poker. He digs in the ash. A scritch. He finds the ember. It is waiting for him. It has survived the night. He adds the moss. He blows. Woo-wo. The smoke rises. The flame catches. The kindling snaps. Pop. The fire is reborn. The cycle of heat begins again. The shadows on the wall jump up, dancing their morning dance. Quintus warms his hands. He rubs his palms together. Swish, swish. He stands up. He walks to the bench. He picks up his tunic, the red wool. He pulls it over his head. He ties the belt. He picks up the armor, the larica segmentata. Clank. He places it on his shoulders. He ties the laces. Thread, pull, knot, thread, pull, knot. He is sealing himself back into the machine. Helena gets up. She wraps a shawl around her shoulders. She walks to the table. She picks up the knife. She cuts a slice of the cold bread. A slice. She hands it to him. Here, she says. Thank you, he says. He eats the bread. It is dry and hard. It sustains him. He drinks the water. It is cold. He puts on his boots, squelch, tie, pull. He stands up. He is ready. He walks to the door. He unbolts it. Clunk. He opens it. Creak. The morning light floods in. It is bright, white, and demanding. The mist is swirling in the street just like yesterday. The neighbor is walking to the well just like yesterday. Quintus turns to Helena. I will return at the 6th hour, he says. Go carefully, she says. The script is identical. The lines do not change. Quintus steps out. He closes the door. Thud. He walks away into the mist. His boots crunch on the gravel. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Helena stays inside. She picks up the broom. A swish. She begins to sweep the dust that settled during the night. And here we leave them. We do not follow Quintus to the fort today. We know what he will do. He will stand. He will wait. He will watch the lizard. He will sweat. We do not watch Helena grind the flour. We know what she will do. She will grind. She will knead. She will wait. This is the beauty of their lives. There is no surprise. There is no plot twist waiting around the corner. There is only the steady, rhythmic drumbeat of existence. The Roman Empire will last for another 300 years. Then it will fall. But for Quintus and Helena, that does not matter. For them, there is only today. And today is boring. The dust settles on the road. The sun rises higher. The shadows shorten. The history books will write about wars and emperors. They will write about Hadrian and Trajan. They will write about battles and conquests. But the real history, the history of the vast majority of humans who have ever lived, is this. It is the history of waking up. It is the history of eating bread. It is the history of sweeping the floor. It is the history of sitting by a fire. It is the history of sleeping. It is quiet, it is slow, it is ordinary. If you are asleep now, you are part of this history. You are participating in the oldest ritual of all. You are safe, the door is locked, the fire is banked. The story has no end because life has no end. It just circles. Round and round, day and night, wake and sleep. The mist dissolves, the sun claims the sky, the world continues. But for us, the story stops here. In the silence, in the peace, in the boredom. Good night.